They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Good evening, social change warriors and justice seekers. Welcome back to another episode of Friday Night Lies. I appreciate all of you that join me and Julie on Friday nights to go over basically what is the fallout of the Karen Read 2 trials and the tragic death of John O'Keefe. And we also cover other issues that are going on in Massachusetts with other cases, because Julie is our resident Bostonian, and we wanted to keep Friday Night Lies going after the trial so that we could keep you up to date, and Julie could join us and keep us all up to date on what's still going on in Massachusetts, because there's other cases that are still relevant there that we have been advocating for. So we decided to continue. We weren't sure we were going to at first after the trial ended. We were maybe just going to go back to the Wednesday and Thursday format, but Julie really wanted to keep joining me on Friday nights, and there's other trials that will be coming up that we can cover and we can go over if they are lying, telling the truth, or somewhere in between. So we appreciate you, and thank you for continuing to stick with us after the Karen Read trial on Friday Night Lies. So as you all know, I'm Catherine Felton Page, your founder and host of Social Change Warriors. We are an advocacy channel. What does that mean? To those of you that are new, we advocate for justice for victims of homicides who are not receiving justice, whose families are not receiving justice. And we reach out to the families and we ask for permission to advocate for their loved ones. In 99% of our cases, we have received back confirmation that it's okay that we do so. And I've even been able to meet some of the families via Zoom meetings, or they've joined us here on our platform platform on Wednesdays and Thursday nights, or I've been able to meet them here in person in Florida. So it's been a real honor for me the last year to be able to advocate for these victims of homicide and their families and the no justice that they're receiving. And there's lots of reasons why families don't receive justice. There's issues with the police investigation. There's not enough evidence to make an arrest, or if they do feel there's enough evidence to make an arrest, it's just not enough evidence for the DA to go forward with that arrest and feel confidently that they can get a guilty verdict. So there's so much that goes into what happens after your loved one is unalived with the police investigation, doing their best to catch the person that did this to your loved one if they either have not unalived themselves or they have not turned themselves in. And then that goes on for as long as it takes till they can figure out who hurt your person. And it can take a long time. And in many of the cases that we're advocating for, a long time has gone by. Thander Birchmore, Ellen Greenberg, Suzanne Morphew, Suzanne Clark Simpson, not as much time. They were able to arrest her husband within days because of evidence that he left behind and someone else that was helping him hide evidence. So they did have a lot to make that arrest. So his trial should be coming up hopefully soon. We'll keep you posted on that. So that's what we're up to here at Social Change Warriors. We're advocating for victims of homicide and trying to support their loved ones the best that we can. And we appreciate all of you for subscribing to our channel, for joining our membership if you chose to do that, and for just being here on Wednesdays, some Thursdays, and every Friday, and commenting in our friend zone or leaving comments at my email or in our replay. We appreciate all of you as well. I know there's so many content creators in the avenue. It's okay, Zeus. Sorry, all of you have gotten to know that Zeus joins the program on most nights. He cries if I close my door, so I'll have to get up and open my door and let him in so he can come and lay here by us. So anyway, we're just glad to be here. We're glad that we have the opportunity and the time to advocate for victims and their families, and I appreciate all of you so much. So Julie should be joining us shortly. It's been a really rough week to live in America. Come here, Zeus. There's just a horrible amount of violence, and not just this week. We had the school shootings in at the Christian school, the Catholic school, horrific loss of life there with the two that passed, and then there's still been many in the hospital that are slowly getting out, which is a miracle, just a miracle that they could survive. You know, the gunshots like that. It's just horrific. Then we had another school shooting the same day that Charlie Kirk was involved in a assassination and not just attempt. Sadly, he lost his life. Horrible, horrible tragedy. And there is never, ever any reason for this, for political violence. So we're going to talk a little bit about that at the end of our show tonight. It's rough, it's heavy, it's decisive, it's dividing. I tried to make what I thought was a positive post today on Facebook, and I was hammered. Like I almost shut down my Facebook page because I really don't want to be put into a position of having to defend myself when I'm trying to make a post about unity and coming together and stop all the bickering and the fighting and the hate. It's just not America. This is not American. And one of my friends who was with me last night, if you didn't get a chance, we did a live stream last night on recovering from alcoholism. And I had two guests on my show that are recovering alcoholics, and they've both been involved in the AA program for many years. It was very, very riveting and emotional and very amazing to hear them share their story of what it was like and how they got involved with drinking and how drinking became addictive for them and what it did to their health. And they were so vulnerable, and it was really humbling to get to meet with. One of them is a friend of mine from high school, John. The other is Kelly, who's a friend of his in AA, and they came on together last night. So if you get a chance to check that out, we would appreciate it. They'll be back in October to join me again to talk more about their journey of recovery and how hard it is to maintain it every day, and the demons that pop up, and what AA is like and what it's like to be involved with it. So I'm really proud of them for coming and just being so vulnerable. It was really a lovely hour and a half of survival. And it makes me feel like there's still good in the world, because with all of this senseless violence, it's very hard some days. I have had an anxiety attack almost every day this week. I have a sensitive constitution for all of this stress, and it makes me feel so helpless. And then when I try to post something to try to show people that we have to be in unity, we can't be. Bipartisanism is all we can do when violence is concerned. We can't go off in our separate corners. So John, I got off track. Sorry about that. John, who was on with me last night talking about his survival from alcoholism and being candid with all of us, he put up a post today about how he wished we could have another 9/12, never a 9/11, but a 9/12, because on 9/12, flags were sold out. People were putting up flags everywhere. No one cared if you were a Democrat, an independent, a Republican, a this, a that, or the other. Everybody was in unity over the horrible loss of life that happened when we were attacked by a foreign adversary, and all of the brave souls that saved people's lives that day and lost their lives while they were trying to save people. And we cannot ever forget 9/11 and all of the amazing heroes that were with us that day. So I just wanted to put up something about 9/11. Let me find it here for y'all. And welcome. Hi, Shauna. Yes, peace in America. We need peace. We need purple. We need people to take the red and the blue. And if you put red and blue together, you get purple. And purple is where we can meet in the middle and try to talk about our differences. And we're not always going to be right. The other side can have great views and great, interesting conversations with you if you only let them. And if you stop being so stubborn that all you want to do is put blinders on and think only your way is right, because never does it work that way. We're a society. We have to survive as a society where there's differing views and viewpoints. And I commend Charlie for his brave ability to go out and speak in public. I did public speaking when I was a police officer and when I worked for Special Olympics back in the olden days. And then when I was in journalism, public speaking is hard. Like live streaming is not easy. And being in front of a crowd with a mic and you're just taking questions and you're trying to defend your position, it's debate. And I really appreciated that he was willing to do that. And it's just horrific and tragic that he lost his life in that format, trying to do something that he cared about and wanted to talk about his views. I didn't agree with some of his views. I didn't disagree with all of his views, but I didn't agree with a lot of them. It was kind of 50-50, but I would never, ever want anything bad to happen to him or anybody that's brave enough to speak about what they believe in and to speak about their faith or their political ideas and policy ideas and where they feel the country is best. But you can never let your ideas be so far ingrained in you that you can't think about someone else's, that you can't even entertain that someone else could be right, or that maybe there's a middle ground. We just have to do that. We have to be more willing to speak to each other cordially and politely and not hammer one another on Facebook and Twitter. I have been so disillusioned the last few days with the hate that has been put out on social media. It makes me wish social media never existed. What would all these people do before social media? Were they just hating on others together in their little houses and when they'd have parties in emails? I mean, what did they do with all the hate that they have, that they're spewing at each other on both sides? What were they doing before they had social media? I've never been so sad. I feel so sad for America right now that we can't be more purple, I'm wearing my purple, that we can't get along. My purple hat is here somewhere, that we can't talk and speak and be friends with people. I'm putting my purple hat on for a while, that we can't just have honest, open, vulnerable talks with people that don't always agree with everything that we agree with, or that don't practice our exact faith. I mean, my gosh, we have so many religions in this world. It would take me the whole night just to list the religions we have in this world. So we have to be able to get along. We don't all believe the same things all the time. We don't always think about the same things, but we can certainly agree on one thing. When somebody goes into the hate zone and their heart turns black and they try to assassinate someone, or in whatever manner, whatever weapon they choose, that's morally and ethically wrong. We should all be 100% in agreement on that. And it doesn't matter why the person did it. They did it. They did it because they became angry and hate-filled. And that's what happens with these people that are going to our schools and hurting our children and taking the lives of our children and have gone to movie theaters and high schools, elementary schools. It's just disgusting and devastating that someone can get their heart filled with so much hate that they're willing to hurt others with a weapon of violence, whatever that weapon is that they chose. We can all 100% agree on that's morally and ethically wrong. But how do we stop it? There's always got to be a solution. Solution-focused therapy is one of the best ones out there. For those of you that are having anxiety or are struggling with anxiety from all of this just trauma that we've been in our country, and the anniversary of 9/11, which is just trauma-filled, just to even, I think most of us still think about it occasionally, and definitely on the anniversary every year. So solution-focused therapy is something that is really good for you as a human, and it's good for problems like this, because we can bitch and complain about it all day long. We can argue about ways to fix it or who's at fault, but we have to figure out the solution. What is the solution for trying to see these violent, angry people in advance and stop them before they go into our schools or our movie theaters or our concerts, or a speaker like Charlie, who is just trying to do his thing and talk his talk, and he had every right to do it. It's America. They invited him to that college. He was welcomed there. It's horrific that we're not catching these very hate-filled people before they turn what I consider criminally insane. Because if you are able to go out and do what people have done in this last 20, 30 years with all the school shootings and the violence, and the senator in Minneapolis killed in her own home, and the senator survived. The congresswoman, Melissa, did not, and her husband did not. They're killed in their own home. Their dog was killed, all because somebody didn't like them, didn't like what they were about, didn't like what they were trying to pass through legislation. It's just evil and horrible. So we'll talk a little bit more about it at the end. I don't want to spend too much time at the beginning. I just needed to say it because I would be remiss as a live streamer not to say it. So on a good, happy note, Turtle Boy, Aiden, and Auntie Deb, Jimmy, are doing their thing tonight. They are live in Boston. So let's bring up our Boston Jewel. I see that she is here now backstage. Let's get her up here. Hello, Boston Jewel. Let's get there we go. How are you? Are you there, Julie? Well, I see her outside. I see her porch, but I don't think she's there yet. Let me say hi to everybody who's live right now with me. Hi, Shauna. Hi, MCAT. I'm sure there's quite a few of you out there that aren't in the friend zone speaking yet, which you don't ever have to feel like you have to do, but we welcome you to speak your speak in the friend zone on any night that we live stream. And MCAT, are you at a football game tonight? I'm questioning your authenticity. My authenticity, MCAT? Okay, what are you questioning about it? That's a little concerning. Especially right out of the gate. Maybe we better save that. Let's save that till the end of the show, because I'm always authentic. If I may be emotional at times and outspoken at times, and not everybody loves that about me, but I'm never not authentic. So you can ask all my friends and family about that one. So we will have to get around to that, won't we, MCAT? But I'm not going to do it now, because we're going to get with Julie here as soon as she joins us on the platform. But first of all, let me bring up something that I wanted to share with you all. I like to remind everybody about Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous quote. He had so many, and they were all so inspirational for his time and what he was doing. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And we have to completely remember that for everybody that we're advocating for here at Social Change Warriors. So many of them have not had justice for a long time now, and their cases are very old, and it's frustrating for the families, and they suffer with it every day. Their battle for justice is every day, every minute, and ours is as many hours a week as we can give them, but it's not what they're going through. So I have so much empathy and sadness for all of the families that we stand for and that we advocate for here at Social Change Warriors. But we have to keep remembering that justice can come, but it's not always going to come fast. So that's why I like our hashtag Just Us, because it has to come from the communities. You have to be a voice in your communities. You have to be willing to go to your city council meetings or whatever you call them and vote and say your piece, say what you need and want for your community and why, and be a voice. That's really at the end of the day, it is just us. And that's how it's always been and will always be. So thank you for joining us for when we call out corruption on some Thursdays. We've had some amazing guests calling out corruption in their communities. It's been an honor to know them and get to know them and be part of them. Julie, I see you. I've been talking to you, but I don't think you were hearing me.
No, my puppy decided to take himself on a walk.
Oh, he did now, did he? Okay.
And it's funny because he knows his, I mean, of course he knows his name, but he knows when I call his name, he doesn't want to come. So he'll just go like, what's that? You want me to go further down the street? Okay. And that's what he did. So.
Oh, well, I just want to remind everybody too that Sarah Ebersol is still missing. We've been advocating for her for a year now, over a year, and she is still missing in Marion County, Florida, which is just over to my west. $20,000 reward was put up by a wonderful volunteer who I've actually met and have gotten to know. So for those of you in Florida, please continue to spread the word that Sarah Ebersol is still missing, and there is still a person of interest, but they are still not cooperating, and the police do not have enough evidence to arrest them for anything. So we'll continue to advocate for Sarah on our social media platforms. All right, Julie. So what else do we want to start out with tonight? So
well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, but you do your thing.
Yeah, no, well, we can kind of delve in and out. We started the check this out section for just at the beginning before we get anything too heavy. Some of it's newsworthy and it can be heavy. Other of it's light. Before we get into our main topic, which tonight we're going to discuss the arrest of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And can you remind me the name of the town again, Julie?
Oh, North Andover.
Thank you, North Andover, Massachusetts, and Kelsey was a police officer and female police officer, and she had a baby. So she was off of work, I believe, for a while after the birth of the baby, and then was going through some pretty heavy postpartum depression. And it sounds like it came on very fast and furious. I'm going to go get Zeus and bring him in here again. He's in one of his moaning and groaning nights because my son is typically not here on Friday night. So when I come in my room and not pay attention to the goose, he likes to do his barking. So that's him in the background. I'll bring him in here and get him to go to sleep, hopefully. So we're going to talk about her case tonight. She was, sadly, they went to her house to serve a restraining order on her. And that was coming from, I believe, her boyfriend, right, Julie?
Yeah, fiance. Who is a firefighter in North Andover.
It all went wrong very fast. And apparently she was considering possibly unaliving herself. And she got out her weapon, her service weapon, and the other officers that were there to serve the warrant shot her. And she amazingly survived a gunshot wound to the chest. And she's been in the hospital, and now they took her to jail. So we got to update you on all of that. It's a very bizarre, complicated case, and it has a lot of twists and turns in a lot of ways, emotionally heart pulling, and because it's all just such a tragedy. So that's what we're going to be talking about quite a bit tonight after we do a little bit of check this out section. So I think this face that she, I know I forgot her name, Georgia, right? Is this Georgia? Julie, you followed this case with me, the two prosecutors. Is this Georgia or was the other one Georgia? I got their names mixed up because to me, they almost look like sisters. Are you all right, Julie? I hear you talking to yourself, so I'm going to mute you. We'll let Julie figure out her tech thing there. I'm going to go get the Doberman too in about 2 seconds flat. This is what I think everyone feels right now in America. Like, what the F is going on and what is wrong with everybody in the world right now? It just feels horrible. It just feels horrible and dark and sad. And I think that this face she made during one of her cross-examinations really does speak to all of us. So I put it up because I think we've all just felt that way for almost a month now with all of the shenanigans going on in all the different states. But Julie, are you back? I muted you because I could hear you talking to yourself and I knew you were having a tech issue. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know why this split the way that it did, but okay, I guess so.
It happens sometimes. StreamYard does weird things. if you touch the wrong button or it's scary. So 9/11, Julie, I'm going to grab the Doberman. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. Hey, everybody. So while Kat does that, we got something good tonight. Because with this case, this Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, we've been we talked about it last week. We talked about it a bunch of times. Last week, she was supposed to be removed from jail and sent home, but she wasn't until Tuesday. She had a court hearing on Tuesday.
Oh, did we lose you, Julie?
Lost their minds on the internet and at the actual court proceeding. And
we lost you for a second, Julie, because you have to start. Julie, you're going to have to start that sentence over because you blacked out. We couldn't hear you.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay.
Yep. You went away.
What was I going to say? Yeah. So, where did you guys hear? So so this week she had her, she had her bail condition set. She was released on her own. I think it was 50,000, 80,000. But she was set on personal recognizance, but she had restrictions to her bail conditions. One of the bail conditions is that she has to be monitored for alcohol, and submit to SCRAM monitoring, which is alcohol monitoring. She
said, Julie. Yep. Before we get into this too deep, because this is our main topic tonight, I just want to go over some of the other things.
Sure. Well, I'm just giving the background of what happened, of what we're going to do tonight.
Oh yeah, no. Well, okay. I thought you were just getting into it.
So no.
I wanted to start out with just a couple light things first before we get too into the sad and the dark. Go ahead and finish up. I just thought you were taking off with it, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no. So she, so they, did all the things and say, yep, she'll, do whatever you want to need. She'll submit to this. She'll stay away from these people. She'll go and get counseling and everything else. And then 2 days later, everything hit the fan and people are losing their minds. And like I said, I don't know if you hit me. Disclaimer: people aren't going to like it because audio came out of what happened in court. Again, I was kind of like, again. I come from, science, math background, so I don't know the first thing about courts or anything, but, I'm willing to learn. And I was like, well, I looked for the documents online to see what they are. They weren't there. Thankfully, Melanie had it, so she went over the stuff this morning, and she was a little bit more fair and balanced, where she said, like, hey, I want to hear the audio or get the transcript. So she put a request in for the transcript, and lo and behold, we actually found it. So we're going to listen to some of that, and disclaimer, it's not what everybody thinks, and I think people are going to be upset. I mean, I was upset, so it's going to be a fun night. I say that ironically. So
yes, ironically. Well, thanks, Julie. I appreciate that. Thanks for the heads up on all of that. I've been following it closely too. You were the one that first enlightened me to it. I didn't even know that was going on when that first happened. So thank you. So like I was saying, we always will remember 9/11. I think everyone remembers where they were when it happened. And something that's really, I don't know that people that don't follow it, but there's a Facebook page where they're constantly putting up the pictures, and that whoever runs that page does an amazing job. They put up the stories and the pictures of all the victims, and they just circulate. I mean, there's so many, over 3,000. So it takes a long time, and they just keep circulating through them. And I read some amazing bios on some of these, amazing people that were taken that day too soon from their families in this tragedy. But what I didn't realize, and I don't know if you know this, Julie, or anyone that's live with us tonight or on the replay, but 50,000 have either passed away or are currently battling lung disease and cancer that has been proven by the doctors related to their 9/11 experience, whether it would be surviving it or just being in that area when it happened and running for their lives, or the firefighters and EMS and police that had to, and then all the workers that had to work there for months and months and months because those fumes and everything just continued forever. So we have to remember them. They are victims of this as well, because some of them, like I said, have lost their lives to either cancer or lung disease, and many are battling it every day. So it's just horrific. Always, we always say a prayer for everybody that was involved, all the heroes, everyone that lost their lives. And I wanted to read to you, so I kind of wanted to have it memorialized on our live stream tonight. And it's a trigger alert. It's tough to hear. I have never seen the entire transcript before, so let me pull it up. And I don't know if I'll get through it without breaking down, because it's really rough. But I think everyone should hear it. Everyone should go to this page. I found it on Facebook today. Everyone should go there and save it if they're on Facebook. If they're not, you can go back and listen to it here, because it'll be memorialized in our live tab on YouTube for as long as our YouTube channel is up. So give me a second. I'm going to pull it up here off the main page, and I'll read it to you. I have to open up the link, so it'll just take me a second. Julie, I also saw that there was a Boston police officer and a perpetrator were shot today in Boston. Did you see that news story?
Oh yeah, I just saw it. I didn't click on it. Yeah, they said that a cop was shot, and that's not good.
Yeah, no,
that's not good at all. I mean,
think
there's
both
a lot of wild stuff going on. I mean,
right. They're both okay. They both survived, so neither one of them passed. Trying to find my link. Hang on a second here. What did I do with it?
I mean, there's just a lot of wild stuff. I mean, there are bomb threats being called in, and like yesterday they had one called in at there was a Naval Academy. That was a big one that they were concerned about, where one of the midshipmen freaked out and on the first responders and thought that they were coming to get them, and protected everybody, and that was a shit show. And at UMass Boston, right in the walls of the city, there was a bomb threat called in, and I mean the response of first responders. And I'll play a clip of that because Sue O'Connell, Sue BC, had some words for some people, which I think need to be heard.
Yeah. And did you say Boston College, or was it Boston University? There was something going
UMass
on.
Boston.
Oh, UMass Boston. That was just today, right?
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday that there was a bomb threat there?
Yep.
Goodness sakes. Oh, it's just horrifying.
It sure was. Yep. And I mean, Sue was brought on with it, and
I wanted either.
Yeah.
I'm having for some reason, I can't seem to find it. I'll wait till the end. I'll read it off at the end, because it's very emotionally draining, and it's super sad, but it's the transcript of the kid who, Todd Beamer, the one who said, "Let's roll." He and 3 other gentlemen organized to try to take the plane. Come here, Zeus. Organized to try to take the plane over so that they could possibly maybe land it safely if they could, or if not, to stop it, because they found out from other phone calls that people on the plane were making that they found out via this 911 operator at GTE that Todd was speaking to. She informed him that 2 planes had hit the towers, and then another man was talking to his wife, and she informed him that the towers had since gone down, and that there was another plane that had flown into the Pentagon. So the people on Flight 93, because they were flying around for so long with the terrorists on board, they were learning from their family what was going on. So all of them knew that it was very, very bad. And I can't even imagine the fear. But Todd was very, when I read the audio today, I was amazed at how calm he seemed. I've never heard the voice audio, but this was the transcript. And the woman, Lisa, who was the operator for GTE that he reached on, back then they had airplane phones. I don't know if those of you that are in my age group, when you flew on some planes, there were phones right behind the headrest of the person in front of you. And you could pay to use those phones if you wanted to make a phone call for business purposes or personal. They weren't cheap, because this is before cell phone days, but there were people that did use them, especially the business people on business trips. So that is what he used. He kind of snuck off. They were all supposed to be sitting on the floor in the back of the plane. There were 14 of them, and the rest of them were all in the front of the plane. So they divided them. They made a bunch of them move up to first class, and the rest of them were back in the back. And he was able to sneak off and use one of those earphones and call the GTE and tell her that their plane was under siege, and that they had been hijacked, basically. And so she was speaking to him the whole time until they decided, the four of them, to go and try to take over the plane. And ultimately they did do that. And that is why it crashed in Pennsylvania instead of crashing into either the Capitol or the White House. That Intel believed that they were going to one or the other of those important American, institutions. So the Flight 93, I've been to the memorial. I was lucky enough to be able to drive home to Wisconsin once from Florida, and I made the decision to drive up to Virginia Beach and see if my friend Michelle, and then from there to get to Wisconsin, I went through Pennsylvania and I went to the monument, and it was it's just beautiful. It's this huge marble white wall. If you ever get a chance, take a look at it. And it has all the names of all that perished on Flight 93. And it's so beautiful out there, and where the plane crashed. I mean, it's their burial site, because they were only able to recover 8% of any type of, sorry, trigger alert everyone, but only 8% of any type of body, and they couldn't attribute it to anyone because it was such a fiery, horrible crash. And so they're all there, memorialized forever at the crash site, and this memorial is just breathtaking what they've done with it. So if you ever get a chance, those of you that like to travel and that like to go to historical landmarks and memorials, it's definitely worth it to go there. And I found Todd Beamer's name, and I put my hand on his name, and I said a prayer, and I found the other ones that, I walked around and looked at all their names, but the four of them were instrumental in making sure that plane didn't make any more damage to our nation's capital. So they're all heroes. So I'll read that at the end. For some reason I thought I had it pulled up, but I don't. It's really quite something, the conversation, and how calm Lisa stayed with him in such a horrific moment in our nation's history. So there's always that to remember every year. So also, I wanted to remind everybody that the congresswoman who lost her life, and her husband and their dog, they are also part of this violence that is in our country right now. The violence that was put on to Charlie Kirk and his family and all of his colleagues and friends. And the same thing happened to her. And the survivor was the senator and his wife. They survived, I think, over 7 gunshot wounds apiece. That's a miracle. I don't know how anybody survives that. Get down, buddy. That's crazy. So we have to figure out how to stop it by trying to see what's going on with these people that are committing these atrocious acts of violence at our schools and at our concerts and movie theaters. We have to try to see if there's a way that people can. How do we pay more attention? How do we pay more attention to people that are walking around that have this much hate in them, that they're willing to commit such a horrible, horrible offense against humanity? It's just mind blowing, and it hurts. It hurts all of us so much. I'll play this at the end as well. I thought Bernie did an amazing job trying to bring everybody together. It's really quite a nice piece, and I can play that at the end because I was really interested in that. I have a little puppy yoga for you later when we take our break. Remind me to go back to that, Julie. This is hysterical. This is actually a yoga class where they bring in puppies, and the puppies climb all over people trying to do their yoga. And it's like happiness times 100. So when we take our break halfway through, remind me to come back. And rest in peace to an amazing lady. I want to show you guys this clip before we get into anything else tonight, just to keep it light for a few more minutes. This is Flo. And for those of you in my age group, she was on the show she was in Mel's Diner. She was one of the waitresses, the show Alice. And what an amazing woman Miss Holliday was. And I just want to show you this video real quick because it's just really cool. So give me a second. I got to go back up to my main slide deck here, and I can open up the link. I have that one copied. It's okay, doggies. It's all right. No worries. This is really cool. I mean, technology amazes me. This is really some amazing technology. I'll have to give me a second I'm going to stop it so I can share the screen with you guys. I think you'll really get a kick out of this. Those of you that watched the show Alice, and it's still on, replay. You can find it on replay. A lot of those old shows are they're still there and they're on replay. So let me play this for you guys. I think you'll get a kick out of this. Can you see it, Julie? Are you there, Julie?
What's that?
Oh, Julie, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Can you see
I see.
the video? I'm showing you a
Nope.
flow. Okay,
Nope.
there's no sound to this, so let me try to make it a
Nope,
little
don't
bigger.
see it.
Oh, now it's gone?
Now I see it.
Huh. Okay. Hang on, I'm going to try to start it over because it's really cute. Let me see if I can start it. There we go. I can start it over. Let me try to see if I can make it bigger. Sharing things from Facebook is touchy. It doesn't always let me make the screen as big as I want to, but it's just really cool, the technology and how they showed her at different phases of her life. It's really impressive. So let me start it again. But first, I'm just going to make it bigger so you guys can all see it better. Come here, Zeus. Come on, stop that now. Stop that crying. There, that helps a little bit. Hopefully you guys can see it. I mean, it's on Facebook. You can just go find it yourself if you want to see it closer. I don't know what's on the side of that, but let's see here. Go back to it. Here, I'll start it again. Oh, that's Polly Holiday's life. Somebody put this together. Take a look at it. It's really cool. And look at how they changed her into different like eras of her life. So she's walking, and then wait till you see now. They'll have her change clothes. Stop that, Zeus. Pretty goosey. Different outfits and then different clothing outfits, different hair, and that's her walking on the red carpet. This is when she was young. Look at that! Isn't that fantastic?
Here we go. Okay, good.
I just think this is so cool, the way that they were able to do this. So there she is with her wig on from Flo, when she was Flo on Alice. And they're just showing her at different times of her life, different ages. Kiss my grits. Exactly, Kat. That it was just such her character was just funny. And all of them were funny. I mean, it was just pure classic humor, of the 1980s. And so she passed away, and that just reminded me of my youth when I was in high school and college. It was such an iconic show. I think it started when I was still in grade school, actually in the late 70s. But they were all, Alice and Mel and her son. And oh, shoot, guys, help me. What was the name of the other waitress? She was adorable. And why can't I remember her name? Julia, did you ever watch this show? You're younger than all of us.
No. I don't think that they played this on Nick at Night when I was watching. I mean,
Yeah,
they played the Brady Bunch, they played I Dream of Jeannie, they played like Green Acres,
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I think I missed this. There was I forget the other waitress reminded me of
What was her name?
I can't even think of her name either.
No, it's breaking me up.
She was from New York, but what
Yeah.
Gilda Radner? It wasn't Gilda Radner, but the waitress reminded me of Gilda Radner.
A little bit, yeah. Vera, thank you. I knew it. I knew MCAT would know, because MCAT and I are in the same generation, almost. I knew you would know. Yes, Vera, thank you. Vera was awesome. What a great. Zeus, please go lay down, Lucy. Come on now. Zeus is trying to get my attention in the worst way. I'm gonna have to go find a bone to give him, I think. Anyway, I just wanted to share that because whenever I see somebody who I think you can all relate to, who we might have all liked, and it brings us back to our youth and happier times, maybe before the world is as crazy it is today. So that's it. And then I might show you this, guys, later if we have time, but this was really kind of sad. So this judge, she's sentencing this guy for some stupid burglary that he did. And he recognizes her during mid sentences, and then they recognize each other, and they went to grade school. They were like friends, and I guess he was just a super smart kid, got great grades, and they were buddies, like friends, and then they lost touch in high school, and the speech she gives him is really touching. And so I'll play that for you guys at the end, because it's really, when I find things like this, I like to share them with you in case you're not on Twitter or any social media. I run across these during the week to things that might interest us, and it was a very touching moment. The way he broke down and he cried, and I think because he was feeling bad about the choices that he had made, and he's running into this girl that he was friends with, and they were both A students, and here she is the judge and he's the criminal, and it just makes you wonder, like, how does it go bad like this? How does this happen to people? So anyway, I'll show that to you guys at the end if we have time, otherwise I'll save it for next week. I found this meme a couple weeks ago when I was having vertigo and food poisoning. I asked myself if I'm okay, and we both started laughing, because this week there was just so much sadness with all these horrific losses of life, and I felt like I had 3 panic attacks this week. I hate panic attacks. I try to stave them off to the best of my ability, but I'm very sensitive to them because of my issues with my neck and nervous system damage. And I get them easier than most people. So I just, come here, Tanner. So I had to just put this back up because I know a lot of people feel this way. It's just been a shitty couple of weeks of violence, and it's just horrible. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I did. Hey. Sorry, guys. Now they're trying to get rowdy. I'm having a dog night tonight. Zach's not home, and I'm trying to referee 2 doggies from playing too rowdy in my room. They just knocked over my little stool that I put my feet up on. I'm going to have to let Julie roll out here for a minute with our topic and then go find them some bones. This is interesting. This is called Epic News. It was sent to me in my email, and they are proclaiming. I haven't done a lot of research yet, so I'll definitely do that for you all. So I don't want to steer you guys the wrong way, but they're supposed to be a bipartisan news network, and I love that, and we need more of that. So I'll do some research on that and check back in with y'all next time and let you know what I found, if that's truly the case. But that's what they say, and so I'll do some more, looking around at this, because we need more of this in our world, where we try to agree to disagree and hear each other out the very best that we can. So here we are with our topic of the night. Let me bring Julie back up here with me, and this is what we're going to talk about for tonight, and then we'll do some more updates on anything Karen Reed or John O'Keefe that we've also found out this week towards after we take our break. So this is Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's in the middle with the white shirt on. And Julie, I'm going to, this case a little better than I do, and I'm going to go retrieve some bones for the doggies. And
Wait a second. Wait, hang on. Let me put this up.
Yeah. What would you like to have?
Let me share screen.
So we're going to tell you guys a little bit what happened to her. So this is an interesting case for anybody. Look at this little turkey back here now. He's trying to climb up on my desk and get things back here on my desk. Come here, monster. They definitely got a lot of attention today, by the way, too. I played with them outside half the day because it didn't rain today. So they have no reason to be this needy, but they are definitely needy tonight. Both of them, 30-pounder and the 91-pounder, right, Zeus? So this is an interesting case for all of us, but especially for me, because she was a female police officer. There's still not that many of us compared to male police officers. She had postpartum depression, which I think I had it for a while, but I was never diagnosed. I just remember after my second child was born, going through something, and it's like a faded memory now because he's 36 years old. But I just remember having a lot of anxiety and experiencing panic attacks for the first time in my life after the birth of my second child. And I just remember being tired all the time because I had a 2-year-old and a newborn and a part-time job. And I just remember being literally tired all the time. And I can remember my ex-husband saying to me, "Why are you so tired all the time? You're always tired." And it wasn't in a nice way. It wasn't in "Oh, I'm sorry for you, honey." I mean, it was like critical because I was not able to get everything done that I guess he thought I should be getting done on any given day. And so it was like a very critical thing. Come here, Zeus. Very critical of me. So I think I might have had a touch of postpartum depression, but they weren't really diagnosing it back in 89. I had my children in 87 and 89. But I have never forgot that feeling of just complete and utter exhaustion and just feeling horrible all the time. So this case really piqued my interest, Julie, when you brought it to me. So let me bring this up on the stage for you. Let me go here. Where is it? You have it up somewhere? Oh, there it is. I see it now. It's over here in the corner. Hang on a sec.
Yep.
This case just really piqued my interest, the way that it was handled. Murder, just a horrific shot by one of her colleagues. I mean, that just doesn't happen very often, that one of your own colleagues has to go to your house on a call and then there's gunfire. It's crazy. All right, adding it to the stage now. Okay, where to go? Hang on, it's taking a little bit. It's slow tonight. Okay, let's see here. Here it should be coming up now. There it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Sorry.
Nope, that's yours.
That's mine. Okay, where did yours go? I just saw it. Now it's not there anymore. So hang on. It's in a different line in the production room. So give me a second. Production room has 2 lines for all of you that are interested in all of this. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Well, I'm going to let you get started and then I'll chime in as you need
All
me
right.
to, and
Yes.
I'll answer any questions you have that might help out. Happy to do it. Oh, MCAT, your comment is not being
Yes.
ignored. We're on kind of a tight schedule tonight because I have had a really hard week after the food poisoning. I have not felt well and I've had pretty bad anxiety. So I know I can't do a 3-hour show tonight. So this is important to Julie to talk about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and I am not ignoring the friend zone comments. I will come to those after we take our break, but I want to make sure that we cover Kelsey's case tonight, not Casey, I'm sorry, Kelsey's case tonight, because this was something important to me and Julie because of the nature of it and my background in police and being a mom. So I will get to your comments. I will talk about them, and we will do that right after the break. Thank you so much. Okay, Julie, go ahead. Let's get started with Kelsey.
All right, I'm going to play this for a little bit. Let me know. Let me know when you get back so we can.
Yeah, I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be here. I just have to
Yep.
grab the bones that are right over on another table, but I'll be here able to hear you.
Yep. Okay. Yep. So, all right. So Kelsey Fitzsimmons, she's a North Andover police officer who, 28 years old. She was had her baby, went out on leave, had some issues, went to hospital, went to get a diagnosis, found she had postpartum, was doing better, was going back on the job, had some issues allegedly from the fiance's report. Again, Massachusetts, it's just one side. And he said, well, she was violent, she drinks, she threatened me, she threatened the baby, and I'm afraid of this. So she was served with a restraining order and removal of her 4-month-old child. When police went to the home, again, there were 3 police officers who went to serve her and remove the child. Those were the only people at the house who went there to serve her. She went upstairs with one of the police officers, and allegedly, this is where it's kind of like he said, she said. She supposedly was packing, goods for clothes and toys and stuff for the baby, and she allegedly grabbed her firearm and pointed at the officer. According to her words, she grabbed it and pointed at herself and threatened because she said it was the lowest moment of her life. The officer that went with her ended up pulling his firearm, shot twice, hit her once in the chest, where she's hit in the chest, sternum, and liver. She ended up being airlifted and rushed to Mass General in downtown Boston, where she was placed basically under arrest because they charged her with attempted murder of a police officer, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, and they had an officer at the hospital with her, so she was there. She hired Tim Bradle as an attorney, and then Martha Coakley, who is the former AG. She was in the hospital, then I guess went to Chicopee, which is down like by the Cape. I don't know why she went so far. They argued, and they managed to get her home on her own recognizance, but she had to submit to testing. She had to submit to staying away from the officer. Her fiance and her child had to submit to going to a house with her parents. So much so that what came out today is that she had to she has a 19-year-old brother who I guess had issues with alcohol. He had to he was living at the house with the parents. He had to leave the house before she could go, which, I mean, that makes sense. If anybody had any issues, you have to stay away. They had to go through the house. They had to make sure there was an alcohol because, again, the fiance made a statement that she has issues. She gets drunk and, starts to get violent and everything else. So that was one of the conditions. Now they all agreed. Okay. Now they all agreed to it and said, yep, we'll do that. She was going to be released. I think it was a Thursday. So the last show that we did on Friday, she was in the process of being released. Well, she didn't get released until Tuesday. And this is the press conference that happened. This is Salem Superior Court. Mike Crawford was there, so he was able to go and see what happened inside. And he also did a stream about what happened on the inside and saying, oh, this and that happened. And she agreed. And this is the court. So this is what happened afterwards. And that's Kelsey. Nope, that's Kelsey right there. I'm sorry. That's her. That is what is her name? Courtney Healy. That is Bradle's paralegal. But this is Martha Coakley. she was the former EG of Massachusetts. This is Kelsey Fitzsimmons here. Now, she was supposed to have surgery. This happened Tuesday. The 9th. She was supposed to have surgery, and after they left here, she got fitted for an ankle monitor, which was going to give her GPS location. And she made motions to the court to say, "Hey, listen, I can't go into surgery with this. Can we do something? Can we, finagle a bagel? Can we do this later or not?" And they said, "No, you're going to keep that on for now." And said, "Okay." And they said, "Okay." So she moved the surgery. So she wasn't able to have surgery, but I believe she's already had 4 surgeries. Again, she got hit in the chest, so her sternum, her lung, diaphragm, and liver. So she took heavy damage, and so she does have some medical issues because this just happened. This happened June 30th. So that's June to July, July to August. That's 2.5 months. So she's still sore, and that's Tim Bradel. He apparently is acting as her number 1 attorney because in the court filing the court filings and in the court audio that we're going to hear, he seems to be doing most of the arguing.
Chelsea's out, but I wanted to introduce Martha Copley, who brings such a wealth of experience in this case, in advocacy over the years on both sides. That's been incredible, and we're just so proud and happy to have her with us on the case. And so we're going to hand it over to Martha.
So Kelsey Fitzsimmons is going home today. She's very happy about that, as are we. She knows, as we do, that the court always has to balance a lot of things, and we appreciate that the court did that today. Kelsey and her family have agreed to all of the conditions that the court has imposed. She looks very much forward to going home to recover, to prepare for what's ahead in this case, because she is innocent. We believe that, and she knows that. And she looks forward to that recovery and her days.
Absolutely. So thanks a lot, guys. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, just how much can you say about sort of what happened between the arraignment and today in terms of why the bail order was paused?
So I think the judge took a very careful approach, which we respect. It wasn't what we wanted, but we got Kelsey out of jail. We're thrilled about that. She hasn't gone to jail. We want to fight this case from the street. This case is going to be resolved down the road. We're going to do everything we can in this matter. We also have to focus on Kelsey being indicted and get the probate court doors down. So we have a lot on the plate, but for now we just want to get Kelsey home with mom and dad and stepdad and family, and it's where she should be. We're all thrilled about that, and we're really happy.
How's the family doing? I know there's a lot of family members here today.
Yeah.
That's Mike.
I always say Kelsey has a great family. I always feel like I'm halfway down the field in court when I have a great family sitting behind me in the front row, ready to do whatever they can do. And in this case, more than most, if not all, the family here has gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure that they can show the court that Kelsey is safe and protected and where she is.
Yeah, I'll just add, look, this young woman has faced a lot in becoming the officer of the court, a police officer. She's faced a lot since that day. She is committed to her family and friends, and she is committed to listening to the court and doing what she needs to do to get back on track. But in the end, we believe that when we have that day in court, she will be innocent. And so we look forward to
Kelsey, want to say anything about how it feels?
What do you think, Kelsey?
And then she says something.
We want to get her home and she's been on her feet for a long day. She's got some medical issues coming up that we have to take care of. So we couldn't be more thrilled. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. All right.
Hey.
All right, quiet. All right, so that was Tuesday, and as we heard Tim Bradel say, is in compliance. She is ready to go. We're gonna go get her fitted with an ankle monitor, and she is gonna be home with her family. Everything's gonna be in compliance. Oh, what happened? Oh, did I freeze? I don't
You're
know.
not frozen.
Am I still there?
We can
I
hear
think
you. Just the
all right.
screen is frozen.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So that happened on Tuesday. On Thursday, a lot of other stuff happened. So on Thursday, there was an emergency notion, apparently through, hang on. So apparently through, I don't know if it's Bradle. Again, I'm not great at looking at court filings and things of that sort. But I couldn't see any paperwork. But apparently, paperwork had come out that they had an emergency court session because she had filed 2 court papers to adjust the terms of her bail because she was unable to. Let's see, is that going to blow out? Picture. No. Yep. So she was not able to comply with the terms of her bail, and she asked for modifications. Now they're saying, what is she moved not once but twice. Now I guess the issue was that she was having issues because again, she's being monitored for alcohol, and she was fitted for a GPS device. She was given a alcohol like breathalyzer, so basically like the things they put in cars or the things that cops give you where you have to do a sustained blow into a tube to get a reading. She has to do it at random times 4 times a day at least to comply. Now because she is physically hurt and unable to do that, she can't blow and sustain, so she ends up failing the reading. So they made 2 modifications to say, hey, she can't do this. And I couldn't see the documents, and again when they went to court yesterday, again, it was emergency filing and nobody had the transcript. They couldn't see it on Zoom. But Mike from Young Jerks, Mike Crawford, went off and screamed and yelled and ranted and raved and said, oh my God, this is just like Karen Reed. I don't know if it's North Andover. What's going on here? Melanie Little did a stream this morning where she had the documents to say like, hey, this is what everybody's requesting, and then had the ruling from the judge to say like, nope, she's not in compliance. She has to go back to jail. So she got sent back to jail. But Melanie said, I don't know how this came across. I want to hear what happened in court. And I said, yes, I want to hear what happened in court. So again, I'm in Essex County. I said, well, I don't know how to do things. Should I go to court? Should I not go to court? But luckily, Jess Machado formerly of the Fall River Reporter, but she does her own reporting now, posted the audio of court yesterday on Twitter. So thank you to Jess Machado, because I listened to it and I about lost my mind because it's upsetting, but it's going to be upsetting in the ways that you guys aren't. Like, I think it's going to be a little eye-opening, and it's very sad. So we're going to take a listen to it because, I mean, it's very eye-opening. I'm sure Melanie and all those guys are at the Wilbur now, and that's where Jess is now. Hey, Ghosty, because I know that's what she calls herself Besties, but she said she was going to change it to Ghosties because some people are just not good people or not nice people. Anyways, this is what happened at court on Thursday, and we can all listen to it and interpret it. Let's see. So again, thank you to Jess Machado. See right here, Jess Machado show. She marked it. So.
Good afternoon. Calling from Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons. This is docket number 2025-311 before the court in the defendant's motion. If the parties will please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, James Kirby hosting on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, is that okay for everybody? Are we good? Good. Yay or nay?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Loud enough, but
Do you have it turned up all the way?
can hear it?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yep.
Hello, you're Brito for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's present in the courtroom today for the record tonight.
This way. So it's basically going to be the judge and Bradle speaking. Now, again, Tim Bradle is her attorney. She also has been representing her from when she was first charged all the way until Thursday. He's still representing her. We're going to see what happens on Monday. We'll see.
Thank you.
So I received a defense emergency motion for immediate release to be spray on water. So I'll hear from the moving party.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Judge, this is an issue that causes Ms. Fitzsimmons a lot of pain. And I don't want to conflate her being able to pass the test, because she's been passing them, but she has about 4 hours of pain and dizziness afterwards. And I don't think anyone, and I know the court would share my thought that this shouldn't be a torture device for her. This shouldn't be something that causes her pain, impairs her rib healing, et cetera, et cetera. So, we're not trying to get any sort of advantage over anything. We just want her to not be in pain for hours after these tests, and B, we just want her to not have the anxiety that if she has a difficulty doing it, that she's going to get a knock on the door and get locked up. We were told by the Elmo people that, they may have to issue a warrant, and thankfully they didn't. And we appreciate, you have Mr. January's email regarding his own observations about
We lost it, Julie.
that has no
Oh, come on.
enforces court orders, and that's that. And he is telling the court this is a problem, and this is something that should be addressed. And
Okay.
so I see this as a simple adjustment of terms.
I don't see it that way. Just so you understand where I'm coming from, I don't see it that way.
Okay, so just to break it down. So they had emergency motion because she, for 2 days that she was in, or supposed to be in compliance, she was supposed to be blowing into this tube, and she did not register. So on those times where they basically like paid you and say like, oh, you need to test right now. Oh, you need to test right now because it's random testing. She blew into the device, and on a couple of them she didn't register. So from my understanding is the protocol is that if you don't register, you end up getting a knock on the door from your parole officer to say, hey, what's going on? You're not in compliance because I don't see any registering here. Is there something wrong with your device? No? Okay, then what's the issue? And if it looks like you're trying to evade or something, then you end up getting called back into jail, and you end up getting called back into court. So that's what Tim Riddle's going to address by basically saying like, hey, she's worried about, not being in compliance, but she can't complete this. And so he's basically arguing, saying, hey, we need to make some changes to this. However, he does not offer any type of proof for whether or not she, for the type of medical that she's had, meaning that she doesn't have a doctor's note or doctor's file or anything. She doesn't have a list of acceptable alternatives. And what was the other issue? And they don't have statements to say, like it wasn't addressed when they went over it. So you're going to hear the judge. In my opinion, the judge gets a little bit snippy. However, from what I'm looking at, it's kind of sort of warranted because they were just here 2 days ago and it's like, yep, we're all set. We'll get you going. And now all of a sudden she wants to put all this stuff in saying, hey, what's going on? Why didn't you mention this prior? So I think that's what the basis of all of this is. So you'll hear the judge.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying, Judge.
Okay. What I'm telling you, it's not a simple adjustment. One of the reasons she was released, and one of the reasons to ensure the safety of the community was for her to be alcohol free. If she cannot do that or will not do that, that changes everything.
She's happy to be alcohol free. She doesn't wish to be alcohol free. It's just the means of determining that's the adjustment. That's what I mean when I say this is an adjustment.
Well, a scram is what was ordered. Now, was she unable, when you said that there was a knock on the door, explain that to me.
No, Judge, that we don't want to have a knock on the door. She's living in fear of there being a knock on the door because of these tests. It's just not between the physical and then the mental anxiety. This is a very significant issue for her.
Okay.
And that we just want to adjust whatever means the court wishes to test her or figure this out is fine with us. But this is just a very difficult environment. And just that's something that I just want to ask the court to adjust somehow.
Okay, so you're asking the court to adjust the court's order that's been in effect for 3 days with no medical evidence to support their claim that she cannot do it.
Well, I think you have 2 affidavits and the email from probation. I think that's pretty persuasive evidence that this is extremely difficult.
The email from probation is not evidence. If you have any evidence, now is your opportunity to submit it.
I don't understand the court's position. That's
Okay, so all right, so they're gonna go back and forth a little bit. So what the judge is basically saying, like, okay, Bradel made his case saying, okay, she can't comply. This is torture for her to do this, and she wants to comply, so we need other options. So the judge says, great, give me evidence to show all these other options. Give me medical records, give me affidavits from doctors, give me affidavits from parole officers, give me something, show me something. Like Roe when when she had Al Miley on the stand saying like, hey, why don't you go down there and say, give this to me right now? Judge is basically saying, hey, you had this for 3 days, and now all of a sudden you want, like, I made a ruling, and now all of a sudden you're saying, no, we need to alter it, but you're not giving me anything. You have an affidavit from, I guess, the guy who put the monitor on, and an email or 2 affidavit statements from her parents basically saying, like, yes, this is painful for her. Like, okay, great. Doesn't show me medical stuff, though. So, I mean, I get why the judge is snarky with this, but, I mean, I feel like my heart breaks for this woman because
Okay, it's an email. It's hearsay. Commonwealth, do you have a position as to the submissions of an email as evidence in this hearing to relieve the defendant, Ms. Fitzsimmons, of a condition that's been in effect for 3 days?
I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but we have a person who sent that email here.
Okay. So you have a burden. It's your motion. What do you want to do?
Well, Judge, I don't think that
okay, and that was also the other thing too. This is her motion. So just like again, like with Roe and Co. When Roe came and was like, hey, I need all of my shit. Please give it to me right now. The judge said, well, I don't know what it is that you have or what you don't have. Why don't you take this time and sit down and go through and check this out? And then when they went in front of the judge again, said, hey, I have this. And the judge said, I don't know what I'm looking at. This is your motion. You asked for this. You're going to deal with the consequences. It shouldn't be that way, but that's just the way it happens to be. This is the same way, except they already agreed to this 3 days prior. And Tim Bradle is up here again, saying all the things that I guess that you would say. And she's basically saying like, great, show me, give it to me now. And he's just like, well, I have a statement from her parents. And I mean, she's going to say like, okay, great. A lot of people have that. Show me medical evidence because I can't make a decision without that. Again, judges are not here to, like, the reason why you pay a lawyer is to have them advocate for you and to bring all this stuff. Like, again, imagine Roe going through and saying, hey, I already saw 7 steps down the road. I have bing, 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 ready to go. Here we go.
You froze a little, Julie.
is the court saying that papers and emails and affidavits are not sufficient?
This is an email from a court.
Can you guys still hear?
You're back now. You
no?
Every once in a while you're freezing just a little bit. It might be because you're outside. I don't know, but it's not bad. It's just it's just intermittently here and there, but we can hear the audio just fine. Yep.
Can you?
And
officer, the court.
Hang on a second, Julie.
Yep.
MCAT said, judge, it's not fair. They were not prepared for this.
The judges weren't prepared?
Judge is not fair. They were not prepared for this. I think they're, maybe she's, MCAT, can you reiterate that? Judge is unreasonable. She says, yes, because if somebody can't physically do something that they're asked to do in order to fulfill them being out of jail and she was on house arrest with an ankle monitor on at her parents' house. How is she a threat to society? This is very confusing to me, and we'll continue listening, but I agree with MCAT here. The judge seems to be is unfair and unreasonable, and they're putting unreasonable expectations on her medically. Someone recovering from a gunshot wound, there has to be another way they can make sure she's not drinking alcohol.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's not rocket science, right, Julie?
Well, yeah, sure, I understand that, but again, it's not the judge basically saying like, okay, well, I'm going to decree this just because I want to. But it's Jesus Christ, hang on, wait a second. Wait 1 second.
Oh, I see. MCAT is saying Bradle was not prepared to defend with medical documentation. Yeah, and he should have been, right? MCAT,
yes.
I agree with you.
Yep.
If you know this is what's going on, then you should be. Then you're the lawyer. So why not get a doctor's statement? I agree. And
yes.
Get a doctor's statement from the medical field. Don't mess around with this. Now she's back in jail, so that's a voice mistake.
Yes, thank you. I am so glad to hear you guys say that, because I've heard the exact opposite. I got very, very, very upset because I was like, okay, this sounds very weird. Let's listen to it. And I've heard like, oh, the judge. It's like, I don't think so. He seems like, okay, if like you could take the best of attorneys. Like, okay, if I ever had to go to court and David Yannetti was my attorney, and if David Yannetti went up there and said, Your Honor, well, again, he's the, cerebral ninja. So he'd say, things a lot better and say, Your Honor, my client, the craziest person on earth, says, says bing, bing, bong, 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 bong. And then the judge goes like, okay, what's the solution? It's like, well, I have an email. It's like, okay, what else? It's like, well, Your Honor, this is cruel and unusual punishment. They say, don't you have any documentation? No, go sit down. I would scream my head off and say, David, what are you doing? Are you okay? What's happening? I mean, the same thing with Roe. I mean, I wouldn't scream because it's Roe, but I'd say like, are you okay? Do you need like do you need a cookie or something? Like to, like, is your blood sugar low? Like what's going on? Because it's very out of character. I don't know what the frig Tim Bradle's doing.
No, I agree with MCAT, Shauna, and you. I agree with all of you. And I thought of that earlier today when you first told me about this, and I went and kind of looked into it a little bit. I don't get it. I just don't get it why he wasn't prepared for this, because if they already knew that she was in severe pain, he's talking about 4 hours of pain after they make her blow into that device, that she was in pain, couldn't breathe. So she should have had a doctor look at her. They should have taken her into the doctor and have him check her out.
So the court does know that she was in the hospital, but she was released. I don't believe, she went to doctor's appointments because, again, they're monitoring her doctor's appointments. They're monitoring everything else, but they didn't have a doctor, right? Like, hey, this woman was shot. She was shot in the lungs and the diaphragm and the liver. And, oh, by the way, she can't do this. So it says that it's uncomfortable for her. And I concur because I'm a doctor, signed a doctor. That's all that you needed, really. Anything, this makes me it's infuriating.
Yeah, I get it. And I mean, I know that there will be people that will stick up for Bradle because he's Aiden's attorney. And so everybody wants to stick up for him and support him. But if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake. He's got to own it. He needs to deal with it, get the medical paperwork. But that should have been in hand before they went to court.
Yes. I mean, even since, again, they made 2 motions to change this by basically saying like, hey, she cannot comply. But again, like it was just an affidavit of the family. Like it seems, again, it's like, again, not a lawyer, mathematician, scientist, but it seems so obviously apparent to me. But that's just, okay. All right. We'll listen.
And do we know? So let me ask this though, because you know so much more about this case. First, I want to say thank you to MCAT for making me smile. Yummy Yannetti. So do we? And Shauna says, "Yep, yummy Yannetti." So am I getting the vibe here that you two ladies have a very healthy crush on David Yannetti? Is that what I'm feeling?
David's the best.
I'm reading the room. Yeah, I love listening to him speak and talk, and he's just a very interesting man. And yeah, very interesting. So he posted, I forgot to mention this when I was showing the 9/11 stuff, just off sidebar here.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Did you see it? I don't know, MCAT, Shauna, those of you also who are live with us, Yannetti posted about that he lost a friend at during 9/11. It was one of his best friends from high school who worked, or college, I forgot which one.
Yeah, from Bowdoin
High School. He worked in one of the towers. He was a stock guy, I guess, stock exchange dude, it sounds like, or was he in one of the accounting firms? I really can't remember, but I wrote to him. I don't know if he read all the responses because he got a lot of them, but I wrote to him, condolences for the loss of your dear friend, and hopefully your memories, will help, because nothing takes away the pain of losing a friend ever, no matter what they die of. But in that tragic way, you're never going to ever get over it, but you got to rely on your memories to help get you through. But I saw that and I was just like, wow, he actually knew, there's a lot of people that actually knew someone that was there, that tragic day, that either lost their life or they knew someone who knew someone. There was just so many, 3,000. Yes, MCAT says David is adorbs. Yes, he's a very handsome man, very, very educated. His roommate. Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember if it was college or high school, but okay, it was his roommate. Thank you. That's terrible. But like I said, if you go to the Facebook page, there's a page on Facebook that's dedicated to remembering the victims from 9/11. And they constantly post the bios of all of the victims, the ones from the planes or the towers or on the ground, the firefighters. There was this beautiful shot. I mean, it was poignant because it was a shot from the air of the fire truck from, I reposted it. It's on my page. going across one of the bridges, heading toward, you can see the towers both on fire off in the distance. And it's just so chilling. And they all passed.
Oh yeah.
And
That was the one that Pete Davidson's father was on, where it shows like they're all heroes because they were like one of the last ones to go up after both of them hit. And
That's right.
none of them made it out. I mean, 343 of them. I mean, that's like all the first responders, but like especially the firefighters. I mean, like fire rescue, like whenever, like the shit hits the fan and like, like you think, and like you fall and you can't get up, and or like you think that you have an emergency to pass out, who's first on the scene usually? It's usually fire rescue. I mean, I had an issue where I had, I freaked out because Rosie O'Donnell was talking about on The View. She was talking about how she had a heart attack and didn't know, and she's like, well, women have different symptoms. And I was going up and down the stairs, and I was like, oh my god, I can't feel my legs, and what's going on? And I freaked myself out so much. I'm like, oh my god, Rosie said I'm having a heart attack, and so I ended up calling, and fire rescue showed up, and they were the nicest guys. I mean, they're like, don't worry about it. Like I had my garage door, I had my garage open, and
your
they're
garage.
like,
garage. When you say that, you got to make your mouth crooked, Julie. Your garage.
Yeah. But like they made sure that everything was locked up. The dog was outside. They put him inside, and they're just like, just relax. We got you. And it was like, wow, like they're like I mean, like they're heroes anyways, because they basically like run into where there's fire. But I mean, like just to be, as like compassion, just like, hey, take it easy. Like we're here to help. Like we're not going to here to scare you or anything else, as but yeah, I mean, it's just sad.
Yeah, the bios.
God bless anybody who could run towards danger and do it day in and day out.
Yeah, it's something. There's no way to really explain it to anybody at all. You can never explain that to anybody unless you've experienced it. Oh shoot, I was just going to tell you something. Now I forgot what it was. I'll think of it. But that Facebook page where they've got all the bios up there was one wife who put up that her husband was the only one that he was one of the only ones that survived from his fire station because he was off that day and he had to take a lieutenant's exam. And so he was off that day, and he has lived with like survivor's guilt. And now he's suffering with some lung issues because he went over there after the towers came down, and because he was taking this lieutenant's exam and rushed over there after the towers came down, and his entire unit. And then they showed a picture inside the firehouse of all of the names that were written in chalk on the board. And there were 12 of them, 6 on each board. And they have them in plexiglass now, and that they'll be there forever, memorializing those 12 firefighters from that particular station that lost their lives. And she was talking about her husband's survivor's guilt and how he has lung issues. And she's actually a speaker herself. I'm trying to think if she's works for the newspaper. I can't remember now, but I had never heard of her before, but she's a public speaker. And it was, the stories of all of the different families that they've shared about their loved ones is this really touching, that this Facebook page just dedicates it to all of this, or all of the victims of 9/11. It's really touching. And it's tough stuff. None of us will ever that survived it, and those that weren't here for it survived it. I mean, in the manner of stress. I can't even imagine how many people had panic attacks and severe depression for months after that. I know it affected a lot of my coworkers. We had to go on 12-hour shifts because people were still afraid afterwards, right? That they were going to continue their assault on us and start taking out our capitals. So if, I was in a capital city, Madison, and the University Police Department, and we were working in conjunction with the Capitol Police and the Madison Police, and everybody was on 12-hour shifts because for weeks after we were constantly in fear that they were going to come back, and or that they had other assaults set up to go off in waves. No one really knew. So all of us that were basically living in fear, the whole country was living in fear for weeks and weeks afterwards. So we all have a version of, a slight version of PTSD from going through that. Those that knew people, especially obviously who had family members or loved ones or friends or colleagues, but just any of us, that witnessed it on TV that day and saw it, and saw all the fallout from it and all the stories that followed and the documentaries that followed in the year and two after. And it was just like it just happened. Like it was such a tragedy that it felt, even though it was 2 years later when they had, the first anniversary of it, felt like it just happened like a day before. And even now it sort of feels like it just happened. It was such an impactful, horrible tragedy to be a part of in your lifetime. I liken it to probably what it was like for my grandparents when Pearl Harbor happened, right? When our nation, dealt with waking up to Pearl Harbor and all the people here in the United States. And when you survive these terrible tragedies like this that are mass casualty travesties that you have to witness and watch, it affects you for your whole life. There's no getting around it. So people that weren't born yet or that were too little to remember, they're learning about it through us and through history.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we sidebarred there for a while, so let's get back to listening to what's going on. But thanks, Shauna and MCAT and Julie for the good contribution on the situation here with Kelsey and having to go back to jail because she can't take this breathalyzer.
Well, I don't think it's because she can't take the breathalyzer. I think it's because of something. I think it's because of other stuff, but we'll see.
Is that zero weight?
Well, then you have an affidavit from Ms. Fitzsimmons and you have an affidavit from her mother of the physical observations of what happens. I think that's, more persuasive evidence than a doctor saying something to the effect of, I think it's self-evident and it's common knowledge that if you have broken ribs, that it's hard to breathe.
I must have been screaming at the phone while I was listening to this. I didn't even hear that. He said that he would rather have an affidavit from that patient instead of a doctor because it's common. No, okay, no.
What evidence do I have?
Julie, hang on a sec. Did you see?
She's suffering.
Sorry, Julie, hang on. Let's mute it. Let's mute a second again. Sorry. I kind of want to keep up with the chat tonight because this is a good conversation to have, and I want to hear people's opinions as we go. Welcome, Lizeka. Welcome to Social Change Warriors. Glad to have you here tonight. Bradel had PO there to say she was complying, but it was harmful. Also, that he was trying to find alternatives to try to comply with judge's orders. Okay, very good. But do you know if he actually had a doctor's note, though? We don't think he did, right? I really think
he literally just said that. Wait a second. Can I go back? Wait a second. Can I go back on? Will
you
this
should
let me
be
go
able
back?
to. It should let you go back.
On this one?
Well, you have an affidavit from her mother. You have an affidavit.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate that.
Of the physical observations of what happens. I think that's, more persuasive evidence than a doctor saying something to the effect of, I think it's self-evident.
Yeah, see, he's saying, so right there, he's basically saying, like, I don't need a doctor. I have the patient tell you that, it hurts when I do this. Now, if you're in like a DUI court or an OUI court and you're dealing with people trying to comply, do you always, like I can imagine being a judge sitting there saying, like, I can't blow. I screwed this and I didn't get a register because I can't blow where it hurts to do this. Like, I'm sure that is an excuse, but I'm sure that, like, her response to this is the same thing, saying, do you have a doctor's note or doctor statement saying, like, that you can't do this because of XYZ? No. I mean, her hands are kind of tied there. Like, again, like, I feel so freaking bad because she's going back to jail now because of this.
And it's common knowledge that if you have broken ribs, that it's hard to breathe.
What evidence do I have that she has current broken ribs and that she's suffering from broken?
And there you go, right there. That's exactly like, he's like, well, I think it's common knowledge, and boom, right there. Like, okay, how do I know? How do I know that you're not just bullshitting me?
Ribs at this time.
Well, you have an affidavit from her mother. You have an affidavit from Ms. Fitzsimmons. And
are they doctors?
We were
No.
here, I believe I submitted the instructions from Mass General about broken ribs.
Okay.
I mean, I just would just argue that it's somewhat self-evident as well. It's somewhat self-evident as well, and that, she's having great difficulty. It's been observed by probation. It's been attested to by her mother, and it's been attested to by Ms. Fitzsimmons. So it's just a very difficult scenario for her. That luckily she has passed the test, but then she's got hours of pain afterward. And the one that she had difficulty with, out of an abundance of caution, we were dealing with Elmo, and we were informed that they may issue a warrant.
So I want to hear about the one she had difficulty with. When was that?
Well, so that's what I was saying. I don't want to conflate passing with not having difficulty. She has difficulty with every single test, and so she passes them in great pain. So she's had difficulty in every single one, equated, it's in the affidavit. So she has difficulty on every single one. So that's different than passing the test. So she's experiencing difficulty all the way through. But the one that she was unable to was 9/9/25 at 3:09 p.m., I guess.
And was that a required test that she was to do?
Yes,
And she was unable to perform it?
correct.
Okay, was she unable to perform it?
No.
What happened?
No. So this, since she's been released,
Yes.
All right, so this is, I believe this is the PO, her parole officer, who is, he's going to be sworn, as you're going to hear, he's going to be sworn, and he's going to explain what has happened with the recording and everything else. So he made a statement, and he's going to testify.
Swear in office.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear you will make true answers to such questions that may be put to you by the court or upon its direction, so help you
I
God?
do. Or if I could just pass this up, this is
Sure.
information pertaining to all of our students.
And is that being submitted, Attorney Braille, as an exhibit for the purposes of this hearing?
Judge, I'd be more than happy to do that.
It's not more than happy to. You're either doing it or not.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead, Nora.
Okay,
It
so
just says that she passed the test, which is not an issue. The issue is that she's in extreme pain while doing it. Whether she passes. or
Okay,
not.
so there's one, Officer January, that says incomplete at 9/10/25 at 3:09 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So what does that mean?
Yeah. So what it means
That's the
is
second one, I believe.
there's a scheduled test that's programmed daily for her to be alerted and to initiate a test. And that happens. And so initially she answers the alert and attempts to take the test, but is unable to complete the test. And based on my information, my conversations with Elmo is that is when she has difficulty either blowing as hard or as long, or a combination of both, into the machine to complete the test. So what happens after that is there are additional attempts to complete the test, which she tries, and then ultimately on that particular date, she successfully completes and passes the test on September 10th at 3:50 p.m.
Okay, what I have in front of me is an incomplete test at 9/10/25 at 3:09 p.m.
That's correct. And then if you just look
And then
right
it says
above that,
passed at 9/10/25 at 9:30 a.m.
okay, so you're looking, I'm referring to this second document.
Oh my God, this is like a cluster and a half.
I think if you just go up instead of the one above it.
Okay.
Incomplete is the.
So it's 3:09, it's incomplete, and then at 3:50 she passed.
That's correct.
So that's a period of
6 hours.
40 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, not from the first one.
That's correct.
Again, thank you, Jess.
You'll see the same thing.
So the other one, which is
September 9th, yes.
September 9th,
Again, at 3 o'clock.
the
The test is initially incomplete.
at 3:09, and then it's complete at 4:21.
For,
Oh my God. This is
yeah,
a cluster and a
4:20.
half. Again, he's the one who
So there
made the
were two
affidavit.
times that she had an incomplete test. Is that
yes,
correct?
incomplete, and
And what's the procedure of the probation department when somebody who has a condition of release to have scram and to pass the scram test in a very serious case if they're incomplete? And I have 2 incomplete tests and I was not made aware of either one of them.
so
Oh, boy.
my first job when we get an incomplete test is to gather more information. And so, which is what we do. And so in response to the incomplete test, we call Elmo.
Question, Julie.
Which is.
Yep.
She
Yes, ma'am.
answered.
Okay. Yep. Nope. What happened?
Oh, here I go. I'm back.
Okay.
Just paying attention to our friend zone and putting up comments. I also have a question too. So
Yes,
Shauna says, may I ask, please, are these tests for driving or daily thing? And then thanks, MCAT. You said daily testing up to 4 times per day.
Yes. Yeah. So the conditions
Isn't
were
that a
that
little bit extreme.
Well, so the conditions were, and again, they all agreed to this. Now, again, this is kind of sort of the issue as an overall. Now, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you can make a pro se, not pro se, you can make an ex parte statement, meaning that, again, just one person can go in and say, that person's crazy, take away everything, make them a guardian, like I want to be guardian and do everything. And they go, oh, okay. So out of an abundance of caution, they go and say, all right, let's do it this way. And that sometimes gets abused. And that's where there are some kinds of issues. But yeah, so to get her out of the position that she was in, they just kind of agreed and said, okay, she'll submit to whatever, like she doesn't have an issue with drinking. She'll submit to this, that, and the other thing. Go for it. And they agreed. I guess the conditions were that she is to be monitored for alcohol, and she had to test up to 4 times a day, where basically she's like on a beeper or something, where they basically beep her and say, hey, go blow now, or go pee now, or go, go test right now. It's so not on a schedule, it's random. Yep.
Let me ask you this. What's the time frame here? Because I want to understand the time frame. When did she get released?
Okay, so she got released on Tuesday, August 9th.
August 9th? Or September 9th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, September. I apologize.
Right.
My brain's
Well,
still. Yep.
Yes. I just wanted to get the time frame down. Okay, so on the 9th of September, they said, okay, you're released. You can go home. You're going to be on an ankle monitor. You have to blow 4 times a day. Make sure you're not drinking, and you have to do this, that, and the other. And as long as you comply with all that, you can stay at home until your trial. Right? Was that what the deal was? More or less?
Kind of. So there were a lot of conditions. The condition was that she was stay away from the officer, stay away from her child, stay away from her fiance. She had to go into a home where they would basically take responsibility for her. That was her parents' place. The parents had to have their house basically, searched and do checks and everything else to make sure that they were in compliance to say no alcohol, no, this or that. That's why she had a 19-year-old brother who had to be removed from the house because he had to go in the past, and he couldn't be around her. So he had to move out, and she moved in. So she's with her parents. They are monitoring her. They're making sure that she's going places. They're driving her around and whatnot. She has to comply with the alcohol, and she is on house arrest unless, and she has to keep up with her medical, psychiatric, and court appearances. But
again, that was all the 9th, right? So if we're thinking about this time,
no. So okay, so that's just it. This was agreed to on when the hell was it? The 9th, 8th. That was the week. The 7th. I think it was the week. I think it was either before or after Labor Day. They agreed to say yes, we will release you, but they didn't release her until the 9th. I don't know why that was the case. I think they were just working some stuff out and trying to get her.
But my point here is today is what's today, guys? Today's
the 12th.
The 12th. Okay. So she just got there on the 9th was her first day home. So technically her first full day home was the 10th, the 11th, 2 days. So in all fairness to Bradel, now I'm going to back off my comment a little bit. He really didn't have time to get a medical. Like MCAT said it earlier in the chat. Zoe, come here. MCAT said it earlier in the chat. It can take days and days to get in to see your doctor. You could, if it's not an emergency, it can be weeks.
Sure.
Sure. Sick, right. So now I have a better feeling of this. For some reason, I thought she was released to her parents' care weeks ago, and that she'd been blowing this thing for weeks and weeks in pain. And this makes a lot more sense to me now, though, why he really didn't have the ability or the time to get a medical doctor to chime in on this.
Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, this order again happened. I don't know if it was like the Friday before Labor Day or the Tuesday after Labor Day. It was right around that time that they put it that they came back and said, okay, she can be released. But for whatever reason, her release was being held up. Now, again, I don't know if it was because paperwork wasn't in or they couldn't come to an agreement or whatever it was. But he had plenty of time. I mean, I don't know why they agreed to say, yep, we'll do scram testing and we'll do it this way. And then all of a sudden, like, that's why the judges get into bullshit by basically saying, like, hey.
Well, the judges kind of have their hands tied too in a certain, to a certain degree.
Yeah. I mean,
if they had all this time they knew how long did they know she was going to get to go home? That's a good question to ask. Because she should have been medically evaluated for whatever testing they needed her to perform at home.
Yes, but who takes care of that though?
I don't know. That's what I mean. Like when
again, that may have been done in like the interim space between the time that they decided saying, okay, she'll be released, and then the time that she was actually released, where they were trying to figure out like, okay, like, all right, let's check the parents, let's check this, let's make sure you're equipped to do all this. Like, okay, we'll get you monitored here. I mean, from what it sounds like they signed off and was like, yep, I'll blow into this thing, no problem. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, she can't do that. And then Bradel says it's torture. So I don't know. Like,
well, here's the thing. It sounds like there was some massive screw ups on all ends. Okay. So the jail staff who was ever medically watching her was when she got released from the hospital and she had to go to jail, she was cleared to go to jail. I'm sure there was this paperwork that the doctor said, these are her injuries. This is what you have to look out for. That's why they have medical care in jails.
Yep.
There should have been a process to make sure that she could do whatever steps they were asking her to do at the home, given her medical condition. They should have figured that out in the jail. That's just my critique of it, my opinion, right? They should have figured that out in the jail before she left to go home. That just makes common sense. Don't set somebody up to fail.
Well, no, wait a minute, wait a second. Time out. It's but the jail is basically saying like, hey, we're going to hold you here until you tell us that you're okay to, until either the judge tells us or you tell us or somebody tells us, but we're going to hold you here. It's not up to the jail to say, okay, we're going to make sure that you're fine to go home. Like, no, jail just holds you and says, all right.
Well, it's up to somebody.
Yes, exactly. It's up to somebody. It's up to the defendant and her lawyer to do all that. I mean, again, as far as I understand, again, if I'm wrong, I apologize. But as far as I understand, it's up to the defendant to do all of this. Now, again, I don't know what they're doing here. Like, oh, I think this is better than a doctor's note. Well, they're looking for a doctor's note. So
I think it sounds like a little bit of a calamity of errors that they probably, in all fairness to her and her lawyer and her parents, they probably didn't expect her to have these kind of problems. And it was only 2 days. I'm a little surprised the judge didn't just give them a little more time to figure this out. She's in custody of her parents. She's wearing an ankle bracelet. I am a little surprised the judge couldn't just give like a stay, just give them a stay for like, you have 5 business days to get me this note from the doctor to prove to me why she needs an alternative form to check if she's drinking or not.
Well, that might be coming. I mean, again, her bail was revoked. She went back to, I don't know if she went back to Chickadee, but she's back in, confinement. She's back in holding. She's back in jail. I don't know if they're going to do another emergency court appearance to say like, yep, we got all that stuff. Like I don't know if the judge is basically going to say like, again, like at the end of this, Bradel tries to make a scene and do whatever, and was like, nope, I'm not going to hear it. So I don't know what's going to happen, but she's going to have to do this from jail. Now again, could they have been a little bit more lenient? Maybe, but maybe they were already lenient, and the judge is looking like, why wasn't this addressed beforehand? So like I can kind of see it, but again, it's like, again, this poor woman was shot. She's a cop. She's not in the court doing like writing laws and writing arguments. That's why you hire an attorney. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. I get where you're saying, where you're coming from. Your attorney is supposed to have your back, but as we've seen with the Karen Reed trial and many other people that have been incarcerated in charge of the crime that maybe they did or didn't do, you are your own best friend. You still have to look out for yourself to a certain degree. And I think this is a calamity of errors because there was just not enough time has gone by. She was only home for 2 days where she wasn't in the care of either a hospital and or then jail, where she's not having to blow in that machine at jail because she's in jail. So they didn't know that she was going to have this kind of a reaction to having to blow into the breathalyzer. They didn't know. So only being home for 2 days, I would like to see a little more grace, maybe, that she's meeting all of her other conditions of her probation. And it's just this issue with her severe pain because of her chest wound that she can't do a breathalyzer. They could have come up with something else. It should have just been able to be handled. Why did they have to go back into court? I'm very confused by this.
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, you have to make a motion to say like, hey, this is what we're doing here.
Why do you need a motion to switch the mechanism that you check if she has alcohol in her body or not? Why do they need a motion for that?
Well, because I think it was said that she would be compliant with STEM, not STEM. what did I say?
With the breathalyzer, with blowing in the tube.
With some type of alcohol monitoring, and I
Right.
believe, and I mean,
but I'm surprised they couldn't switch up how they monitor if she has alcohol.
Oh, sure, yeah, but
without having to make a big to-do out of it. Why couldn't they have done something, in chambers? Zeus, come here. Stop the barking.
Well, I mean, you have to change. I mean, again, I don't know the paperwork. I don't know if it was,
Right.
She's going to have to submit to alcohol monitor. Like if she agreed to, like, I will take a breathalyzer test. I mean, if she didn't do that, then I don't think that the judge is warranted in yelling at her by saying like, well, why'd you agree to it this way and not give me other alternatives? But if she did,
she wouldn't have known, though. That's the thing, is that there's no way they could have known, her or her parents or the lawyer, that she was going to have this much pain from a breathalyzer. They couldn't have known that. MCAT, I think I left it up on the screen. She says after surgery, even breathing can be painful. That's why hospitals give out the hug pillows.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard people that have had chest wounds that either had open heart surgery, or if you've broken your ribs, or in this case, a gunshot wound to the chest. The healing of that is incredibly painful. So I'm just really kind of taken aback that this has to be done in this way, that it has to be handled in this way. Why couldn't they have left her at home and figured out a different tool to measure if she has alcohol on board? She has her parents stating that she's not drinking. They should have been able, within 24 hours, to come up with a different mechanism to measure if she has alcohol on board or not, if she's sneaking alcohol behind her parents' back. I don't understand why they had to make such a big to-do out of all of this. It's just mind-boggling to me. But everything that has to do with the courts has to be in writing. And if they sign something that specified that she had to do the breathalyzer, then she has to do the breathalyzer. But if they say, hey, she's in pain, she can't do the breathalyzer, can you give us another form? Then why can't they just do that? Why do they have to put her back in jail? Why couldn't they just give her another avenue to be tested?
I mean,
Makes
again,
no sense to me.
the judge. Well, I mean, the judge is going to get to it, and I mean, I don't know if you want to hear the little middle, but like we could skip ahead that. I mean, basically the PO just basically argues it was like, well, we could do maybe other stuff. I don't know, but she's not in compliance, this and that. So,
Should be alert to take the test as scheduled. Unfortunately,
and so they basically say like,
unable to
well,
complete the test because she was unable to blow as long or as hard.
yeah. So there's about two things. Come on, there we go. Hitting the wrong button.
No, it's all right. Take your time. Lee says
Any
PO
objection to
found,
any of the terms used by the probation officer? Okay.
I'll read that in a minute, please.
No, good.
Lee says PO found a mass lab facility 5 minutes from house, but she can't have surgery with ankle bracelet on, so that's a different problem.
What happened?
So what does that mean, Lee?
What's going on tonight?
Hang on a second, Julie.
Kat, what'd you say?
PO found a mass.
Say whatever you said again.
Okay, I'm going to read it right now. PO found a mass lab facility 5 minutes from the house, but she can't have surgery with ankle bracelet on, so that's a different problem.
Yeah, that was the other issue that they had. That issue was they brought that up on Tuesday. That she went into court saying like, okay, well, we're all ready to release, and they're like, okay, I just need to be fitted for my GPS, and said like, hey, can I have this removed so I can have surgery? And they said no, because we're releasing you, and you're basically agreeing to this. And like, okay, we'll cancel this. So I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen in like the behind the scenes negotiation. And after what we've seen here, it's a little sketchy. But let me find. Yeah, but they did.
We have all that information.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I just want to keep up with the friend zone because they're very kind to comment and talk to us about this tonight. So also for fair use, I always like to break here and there when we're listening to someone else's content. CW doesn't want to help her. So MCAT thinks that the Commonwealth doesn't want to help her. Do you think that's because they feel that because she was possibly attempting to shoot her fellow officers and they don't believe that she was going to actually unalive herself, and they're not understanding what postpartum depression is and how severe it is? Is that where you're going with that, MCAT? Because that's what I'm thinking, that the Commonwealth just obviously isn't trying to educate themselves on postpartum depression and the severity of it. And we can get into that after we get done listening, because I think they handled that serving of a restraining order really badly.
Yeah.
On a person that they already know is having major mental health concerns, major, they already knew that it was postpartum depression. So I don't understand the logic and how they handled that, serving that restraining order whatsoever. So we can get into that afterwards. But yeah, I'm guessing, MCAT, that's where you were going with that too. And I agree with you. I think they're taking the side of the of the police and of who wants to prosecute her. That's what they want to do. I don't know why they don't want to help her. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. She's a former officer who's gone through a major, horrible ordeal. And why are you turning your back on her? Why are you throwing her to the wolves? Basically, I don't understand it whatsoever.
Well, okay, all right. Wait a second. Let me just try to understand this for a little bit. So, I mean, like I said, kind of before, if you make a motion to have something changed, or if you make a motion to get somebody out of jail and say they will be released, you need to negotiate terms. You negotiate that with the Commonwealth. Now, again, Commonwealth, she was shot and they basically threw the book at her. And in my opinion, I think they completely overcharged her. And thank God the grand jury came back and, didn't put all that other stuff on her. But she's still under terms. So you need to negotiate that. Again, that's why you hire an attorney to, make sure that you don't get railed and they know the law, you don't. So if during that negotiation, you agree to what the Commonwealth is doing, and then you turn around and say, I have an issue with this, you as a defendant and as your advocate, your defense attorney, need to make a motion. Now, again, Tim Bradle made 2 motions, and now here they are in front of this court basically saying, like, hey, she's not in compliance. What's going on here? You made 2 motions. What's going on? And he comes back with 0 evidence. And the judge is basically saying, like, hey, you made this motion to change. You need to give me something. You got nothing. Like, I have a statement from her saying, like, oh, it hurts. Okay, show me proof. And the only argument that Bradle says is, it's obvious. Well, wouldn't it have been obvious when you agreed to terms like a week prior, whatever it is? Like, it's almost like they want it both ways. So I don't think that the Commonwealth basically didn't have any, he's basically just going back and forth with the judge, because again, it's the defendant's motion in this one. This isn't the Commonwealth doing this. Now, could the Commonwealth do a little bit more in this case? But it kind of sets precedent, because then you turn around and say every single person that has, injuries with, that has to comply with an OUI and scram testing. And again, I'm sure this isn't their first rodeo where they haven't dealt with things like this, where I'm sure that they deal with people saying, like, oh, it hurts, I'm not in compliance. And then it turns out that they were drinking, 6 rack, a 30 rack for, lunch or whatever the case may be. And they were just trying to weasel out of it for whatever the reason might be. I don't know. But that's why, like, again, we all live in a civil society. Like we all need to follow the rules at some point, so that stuff like this doesn't happen, and this poor woman doesn't get the book thrown at her, and she doesn't get screwed, and and they do get leniency.
I think, Julie, I agree with what you're saying, but I also think that this was just a calamity of errors, and it was such a short time frame. I mean, they had no way to know that she was going to have this kind of pain and health concern. Blowing into a tube is no big deal for most people. So most people that are on probation have to comply with that, because you're not allowed to drink alcohol if you're out on probation, if you're on an ankle monitor. So this is just something that the courts and the prosecutors are used to dealing with this, and defendants are used to dealing with this. If it's not their first rodeo, it is hers. So this is just, like, to me, just a big fuck up, like, sorry to swear, but calamity of errors, where she wants to comply. What you're asking her to do to comply is causing her grave pain. So could she have suffered through the pain for just another day, so that you could have gotten that medical document? Or maybe it was a trip to the ER where she blows in the ER and they make sure that this isn't causing damage to her chest wound.
Or just got checked out. Yeah. Or just got checked out.
Right. Why weren't those steps taken? I personally believe if this was my daughter, I would have immediately called somebody and call the lawyer and said, look, we're going to the ER. She's in grave pain every time she blows into this tube. I want a doctor to check her out and make sure this isn't harming her, because it's a condition of her parole, her release. So if you want to be proactive so you don't piss off the judge and the CW, then take her to the ER and have them watch her blow into this tube.
That's a good idea. Yep.
Right.
And then that way you get a doctor's report. Yep. That's a very good idea.
Then if an ER, then you've got the doctor's report. You went to the doctor. If the ER doc says, okay, this hurts you, I'm sorry, but it's not doing you any harm, you're going to have to do it. It's part of your probation. I can't sign off that this is harming you. Or maybe he would say, this is harming your stitches, or this is harming your wound. You shouldn't do this. Then they're covered.
Yep. That's a really good idea. I didn't even think of that. I was just thinking like, okay, well, I'm sure that you can get it because it's already on record, because she was just in the hospital and she's, in constant communication with the doctors, where I'm sure like, again, you might not get it from your doctor, but, like I've had issues where, you go on like the patient portal and you talk to your doctor, and they say it's your doctor, but it's actually like the doctor's nurse, but it's still like endorsed by the doctor saying like, yep, I need a letter, or I need something for whatever the case may be, a prescription, or PT or whatever the case may be. Like, yeah, you can get that. And again, I don't know why it wasn't done, but again, this is I don't know, but again, I've seen it, and I've already seen the other creators hop all over the judge. And, and I just don't see it that much. Like, again, she gets snippy, but yeah, like, I just don't see like 100% like, oh my God, it's this, and like, like whatever they're saying. But all right, let's.
One second. Sorry, I just want to finish the train of thought over here in the friend zone.
Sorry.
Lee says she was never not in compliance. So if she was never not in compliance and they're just bringing up, hey, she's in a lot of pain, what can we do to fix this? Then why did they put her back in jail?
So she was not in compliance because she did not register 2 breathalyzers.
So Lee, where is Lee getting this? She was never not in compliance though.
Well, so, So what Tim Bradle was saying is that she is in compliance. It's just that she cannot complete the test because it's hard for her to blow like sustained breath for as long as possible to register. And when she is able to do a complete test, that's what he's saying. It takes 4 hours for her to recover, where she gets dizzy, it hurts. She's not able to like physically do it, and so. That's what they're saying. Like she wants to comply.
And that's even more of a reason why they should have gone to the ER. Because if she couldn't even
that's a very good idea.
If she couldn't even complete the test, and if she was in that much grave pain for 2 days, then they should have taken her to the ER to cover their bases. I don't understand this. Why they didn't.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. I mean, maybe you should send an email to Martha Coakley. Again, no one go out there and email Martha Coakley, but that's a very good idea to say like, hey, why didn't, XYZ?
The first thing that I would think of. MCAT says, I've literally never blown into a breathalyzer. That's a good thing, MCAT. None of us want to take up to that. I only had to do it in training, to see what it would be like. We actually had to, for one of our training sessions, to practice nystagmus on each other and to practice blowing into a breathalyzer, we all had to have either a glass of wine or a beer at this training so that we could all do the testing on each other. That was true. This was true in service. And so it's not hard at all. I mean, it's easier than blowing into a balloon. I've had to do, because I've had issues with asthma in the past, exercise-induced asthma when I was a police officer. I had to, there's these things you can blow in. And if you've ever had surgery, they make you do it. It's a little.
Exactly. Yeah.
My mom's. It's a little plastic thing, right? And you blow into it and the little ball, you got to float the little ball, right?
Yep.
You know what that is, Julie? You got to blow into it like so.
Yep.
And then like if this was the blowing thing, you just blow into it and then the little ball floats. That's what you have to do after surgery. When I had my knee surgery last November, I had to do that like a couple times a day because they want to keep your lungs, because you're in bed, you're lying flat. That's what it's like. Blowing into breathalyzer, easy peasy. Anybody can do it. But for whatever reason, it's causing her that much chest pain and that much discomfort. So figure out another way for her to be tested for alcohol. This is not fucking rocket science. I just don't understand this.
Nope. Nope.
Sorry,
nope,
I didn't live stream on Wednesday, so we didn't get to do our Wednesdays we swear night. So I got to swear a little bit tonight because I didn't swear
Yeah, but
last
we
night.
always swear a whole bunch on Fridays. I'm trying to moderate, but I mean,
It's not too bad though.
almost
It's not too
impossible.
bad. Wednesdays gets a little bit heavy, but last night I had 2 guests who were survivors of alcoholism, so we tried to keep the swearing way down. So I don't understand this. This is so insane to me that they didn't
This is
just
like a
take her to
clown
the-
show. Yep.
Take her to the ER, get a freaking have a doctor see her and evaluate her and figure it out. And that, I mean, yeah, it's just makes no sense to me. I'm very frustrated with all this. Frustrated for her family. The whole situation is horrible and frustrating. The whole story, the whole situation.
Agree, very much so. All right, we're gonna fast forward through the PO, but basically the PO says like, okay, well, this is how it works, and she gets beeped a couple times, and she's supposed to comply, and then she couldn't do it she couldn't do it 2 times, but was able to do it like an hour and a half later, and then they're like, wait a second, well, maybe we can do like I forget who it was who said because the parole officer says like, well, we could do this other test where even though she's not allowed to drive or whatever or leave or whatever it is, like maybe her parents can drive her to this place in Lawrence, which is not that far away, it's still in Essex County, where they can drive her to get tested 2, 3, 4 times a day, where she gets beeped and then she has to go and get tested.
Right.
Like P tested. And then they go back and forth because the judge is like, okay, well, would this be on like a set schedule? And they're like, well, if it would be like at 11 to whatever it is. And she's like, so you want me to like sign off on alcohol testing on a set schedule when it's supposed to be random, to pick up on like random, like, hey, maybe you have a couple pops and know like, okay, well, in 4 hours, I got to pee anyway. So I can have a couple pops, like whatever the case may be. So like she gets upset by things like that. So let me fast forward. I mean, we're almost done. I want to get to the end because that's basically the most explosive part.
We always do. As we always do. Not in this particular case. We always do. Court. There's no frequency of testing that was ordered by the court.
It was
4 times a day, 3 times a day. None of that was ordered. She was ordered.
It was random screens. Excuse me, Ms. Officer January. It was random screens. Now you're telling me she's on a schedule to get tested? Is that what you're telling me?
Am I good or am I good? I just randomly picked a spot and there it is.
We created a schedule. As we always do. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but toot toot.
It's okay.
Not in this particular case. We always do.
It was random screens that were ordered.
Judge, I don't have that. I don't have random screens anywhere in my materials, for the record.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about random screens.
Okay.
Judge, just so I can clarify that. When we get an order, someone's placed on pretrial conditions that include remain alcohol-free with scram testing, we always default to creating a testing schedule.
Okay.
And up to 4 times a day. So we'll schedule one for the morning, we'll schedule one for the mid-afternoon, we'll schedule one for the evening, and if we have to, we'll schedule one for later at night. And that's to ensure that sobriety throughout the day. In this particular case, we created a schedule for her to be tested at 9:30, 3 o'clock, and then at 8 o'clock.
Oh my God. No one knows.
The only way we would not enter a schedule is if the court specifically said, I want the test to be done randomly. I don't want her to know when the test is coming. And the test to be done randomly. And at that point in time, we would take her off a schedule, and then we would notify Elmo to be tested 4 times a day at random.
Okay.
So that's done on this case, and it's done on every case.
Okay. Attorney Bradley, do you have anything else to submit?
Judge, I would just offer, I respect and I heard your Honor's take on the probation email, but for the record, I would move that into evidence as well. And I just want to also.
Commonwealth, do you have a position as to the admission of the email?
Well, I think we just heard with the email.
All right, so the email is excluded. Anything else, Attorney Bradley?
My objection, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Judge, I just want to state that on the pretrial conditions of release, that says.
All right, just to clarify, the reason why the judge said, okay, it's excluded is because he just explained the whole entire thing with PO and everything else. So it's not like they're like, oh, we don't want to listen to it. It's because of that.
Right.
Comply with remote alcohol breath testing.
Okay. I don't know if that's what was ordered. I'm going to go back and listen to FTR.
I can tell the court from where I sit, I didn't remember any use.
I mean, you may very well be right, but I'm going to go listen.
Just, I just want to clarify something. My email, and I know but it's important that the court knows I didn't make a recommendation that the scram condition be vacated. I never did that. I never suggested, it's all that email was.
Attorney, Officer January, nobody's asking you questions. Your testimony is complete. Are you asking to make a statement to the court?
Oh my God. So now he's speaking extemporaneously, apparently, and I don't know, pissing the court off even more. But that's interesting. So the judge, she's going to go back to the FTR that's recording from the last time. So they're talking about what happened at the last trial. I'm sorry, at the last court appearance, to see what they agreed to. If they in fact agreed to, you're going to have to blow into a breathalyzer, or you're going to have to submit to some other type of alcohol monitoring that can, vary. And that's what they're talking about. Like, okay, well, it's supposed to be random, but we set this random stuff on a schedule. And she was like, oh my God, what? You do random testing on a schedule? What is this? So like, she's going to go back and she's going to, do her ruling.
If the court's under the belief that I recommended that condition be vacated or removed, then yeah.
I haven't said anything one way or the other, sir. We're here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's for the motion to vacate the SCRAM device. So do you have anything else to submit, Attorney Brado?
No.
Okay, Comwell, do you have anything?
No, I have no evidence to submit other than the arguments that I talked about, how important that the Commonwealth's belief is. In light of the court releasing the defendant, that testing be done.
Okay. Attorney Brado, here, first of all, I do have a question. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons is able to do the SCRAM, is that correct? Or is she not able to do it? I don't know. Is she not able to do it?
That depends on whether the court is willing to tolerate the material represented in the
court is not tolerating anything.
Oh, see.
Okay, let's be clear.
See, he pissed the court off like one too many times because he was just like, well, she's able to tolerate it. It was like, the answer is either yes or no. Is she able to? Yes. Or is she not able to? No. And now she's very upset. And I kind of sort of I listened to this the first time. And I got very upset. And I think I screamed through parts of the important parts because I'm like, oh my God, like it's even worse this time, but okay.
I'm not tolerating anything. The court is not tolerating anything. Ms. Fitzsimmons is a defendant. In lieu of incarceration, my order was that she submit to SCRAM. If she cannot do that, I need to know that. Can she do that or not?
She can do it.
Okay.
Under the terms that are laid out in the affidavit.
So you're saying she can do it on her own terms?
With significant pain and dizziness and having to recover for several hours.
I understand what you're saying. It is certainly not the court's intention. It's not the court's position to have Ms. Fitzsimmons in any pain at all. So I appreciate your argument. Do you have anything else to add?
I would suggest, Judge, that I think there's other ways to do this. If the court wishes to have her tested for lack of alcohol, that's completely fine with the defense, but just the means that's being employed is kind of a torture device for her.
Okay.
And so we object on due process grounds to that.
Oh, okay.
But
it is not this court's intention
I understand
to torture Ms. Fitzsimmons at all. The court's goal is to make sure the community is safe and Officer Noonan is safe. So I hear you loud and clear that the defense views Ms. Fitzsimmons having to do the SCRAM as cruel and unusual and torture. Is that your position?
Well, that's an Eighth Amendment position. I suppose that would be fair as well. But Judge, I think that, there's probably other alternatives that she could do that are out there. But I know that might step on the court's other order for house arrest, that she would have to go to a facility. I know there's like urine tests and other things like that. So I know there's other possibilities out there that, again, she's not trying to use this to create a situation where she can go drink alcohol.
Okay.
That's not at all what this is about. So I just want to ask the court to consider any other alternatives that might not pose this type of an issue.
Okay.
What are they?
Thank you.
Attorney Gubitosi or Attorney Moriarty, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, I'm going to leave the bench for a few minutes. I'll break.
Court, all right.
Yes, it comes out pretty quickly. All right. This is the ruling.
Your Honor, we're back on the record with the Fitzsimmons matter.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I have reviewed everything again that's been submitted to me. And I will state for the record that Fitzsimmons has moved twice in a 3-day period to amend her conditions of release. On neither occasion has she submitted any medical evidence to support her claims. The imposition of conditions is the court's order after careful consideration of the evidence to fashion the least restrictive conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant and the safety of all other persons in the community pursuant to General Laws Chapter 276, Section 58A2B. Just days ago, the court concluded that the condition of remaining alcohol-free and submitting to SCRAM monitoring was necessary to ensure the safety of the community. After a thorough review of all of the arguments and submissions by the Commonwealth and Fitzsimmons, that conclusion remains unchanged, regardless of Fitzsimmons' claimed physical limitations. Based on an affidavit submitted by Fitzsimmons' mother, the testimony of Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January about his observations of Fitzsimmons' apparent pain during the scrim installation, and the representations of Fitzsimmons' counsel that it would be cruel and unusual punishment and torture to continue to require Fitzsimmons to comply with the condition by scrim, the court concludes that Fitzsimmons cannot abide by the condition of being monitored by scrim. Without this condition, which ensures that she does not consume any alcohol, the court cannot assure the safety of Officer Noonan and all other persons in the community. Accordingly, the court's prior order of release is vacated, and Fitzsimmons is ordered to be held without bail pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58A. And a written order will follow.
address the court?
That's the court's order. Thank you.
All right, Jack, I ask you to stay your order pending the SJC. And there are other alternatives Your Honor can accomplish.
Okay, I don't know if you heard it at the end, but that was her crying. If I were in her shoes, I would have turned around and fired Tim Bradle at that moment and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" In my opinion, that's my opinion on the subject. Do you hear that? Oh, the Eighth Amendment, this and that. How about you show some goddamn proof? Jesus Christ, this is so upsetting. This is so upsetting.
Yeah, the whole thing is upsetting. If you back it all the way out, it's very upsetting that nobody caught the severity of her postpartum, and it's very upsetting that our society still doesn't recognize how seriously horrible postpartum depression is and what it can cause, and the grief and horrible things that can happen as a result of it. It's just a bad, the whole thing's a bad situation. But I don't get it. If they were so concerned about her health that it caused this kind of nonsense, come here, Zeus, then take her to the freaking ER. That just bothers me that they didn't think to do that.
Yes, especially with the defense attorney, who I'm sure has done this several times.
Now, somebody in the chat, I apologize. I don't know if it was Sean or MCAT or Lee, but one of you said maybe she was afraid to go to the ER, maybe they did ask her to go to the ER, the lawyer or her parents, and she's afraid to go to the ER because she's just having really bad anxiety. But they should have just said, look, you have no choice. You have to go to the ER, because if we don't have a medical statement, we're not going to be able to prove that you can't do this breathalyzer, and you're going to have to go back to jail. I mean, that should have just been discussed with her. If she was having fear, that was a good comment that one of you made. If she was having fear about the ER, but that should have been overruled. Like, no, you're going to the ER.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hang on one second. Hang on. I want you to listen to this right at the end again.
Chapter 276, Section 58A. And a written order will follow.
Address the court?
That's the court's order. Thank you.
All right, Jack, I ask you to stay your order
Do you hear her crying?
pending the SJC. And there are other alternatives Your Honor can
Hang
accomplish.
on a sec.
What's that?
I'm trying to bring it back up on the stage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw this up. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I get production isn't always speedy. I want to make sure I have it. I got to remove that one. I brought something else up because I thought we were done.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to make sure that I don't. That
I
we
heard.
don't
I heard Tim Bradle at the end. I didn't. The first time I heard it, I just heard this now, and I mean this bothers the ever-loving shit out of me.
It says I have to remove the other media, but I thought I already did. So give me a second, guys, because it looks like I've removed all the other media, so I don't really know what's happening here. Okay, now I've removed all the other media. Now I got to go back to add to stage. There it is.
Okay.
All right. You're all set now. Sorry about that.
No worries. That was. Let's see.
And MCAT says she's a postpartum survivor. MCAT just shared with us that she's a postpartum survivor, and I remembered you sharing that last time, MCAT. Thank you. That's really nice of you to be willing to talk about it. It's very difficult to talk about, and it's just such an overlooked medical condition for women after they have a baby. It just makes my heart hurt that in this day and age we haven't done better to educate people.
All other persons in the community. Accordingly, the court's prior order of release is vacated, and Fitzsimmons is ordered to be held without bail pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58A. And a written order will follow.
Address the court?
That's the court's order. Thank you.
All right, Jack, I ask you to stay your order pending the SJC. And there are other alternatives Your Honor can accomplish.
And that's it. She cries and says no. Shame on him. I'm sorry. I know people, like, oh yeah, he's the best. Nope, shame on him. And he has a matter on Monday to deal with his stuff. So who knows what's going to happen with that? But I heard that, my heart fucking broke. Anyways, let's talk about the thing we were going to talk about when I said let's not explode and let's talk about.
Well, first, let me go back to the chat for just a second. So Lee says, and I sort of disagree with you here, but if you're a nurse and you know more than me, then speak up. But anyway, that ruling was the judge's mistake. She just blew this case up. True. You gals know the ER will just refer her to her doc, right? They would never give her a statement. I don't know about that for sure.
They would do an examination though, and that's basically what you would need.
Right. When you go to the ER, my thought about it was, Lee, is that if she just went to the ER and said, hey, this is the situation, I have to blow into this, is this causing me harm? The ER doc could have at least made a statement to that effect and then say, yes, we need to have you see an actual doctor who, trauma doctor or whoever treated you for this gunshot wound, that doctor tomorrow or whenever they can squeeze you in. But at least they could have taken something to the judge. I'm not saying it would have been a fix-all that very moment of the ER, because you're right, ERs can be difficult and they don't always give you what you really need and want because they're too busy and they can't. They're dealing with trauma. But at least it would have been something to take to the judge and say, look, we tried, we went to the ER, this is what they gave us, this is the best we could do. Or, hey, we called her surgeon and we have an appointment in 2 days, this is the best we can do. What can we have as a temporary order for her to blow to prove she's not drinking? I mean, I just feel like they handled this, just everybody handled it poorly, and she's the victim of all of it because there's nothing she could really do.
He has to go to jail now.
Right. All she could do is tell the truth. This hurts. I can't do this. But she couldn't really do much else to help herself. That was up to the CW and the lawyer and the judge to be fair and decent about a situation that's very difficult. There should have been a workaround for this. I don't like it. It feels horrible, and I feel terrible for her and her parents.
Yeah, I mean, just to hear her say no and then start crying. I mean,
right, because she's already going through so much trauma mentally that she needs to really be home with her parents to continue to heal from this mental trauma that she's been through. They're not trying to help her. Like you said earlier, MCAT and Lee in the chat and Shauna, they're not even trying to help her. Why are we trying to punish someone who's definitely went through a major mental health crisis and needs help? I mean, it's just, they're trying to criminalize her, and she's not a criminal. She's a cop who went through postpartum depression. It's just, and made a terrible mistake that night when they, surprised her and came to her house with a restraining order. That's all trauma filled. Come here, trauma dog.
Well, all right. Before we get onto that, let me kind of lighten the mood for like an intern for a second. So, okay, so that piece came from Jess Machado, as you see from the mark that was the mark that was on there. The watermark that was on it says Jess Machado Show. So again, thank you to Jess Machado for putting that out there. It was fantastic to actually hear, because when you look at it and go, oh my God, things got her bail got revoked. Now she's back in jail. What happened? Where's the motion? Where's this and that? Like, so it's fantastic to hear what actually happened. So thank you to Jess Machado. And I just want to say that Jess Machado, now I know she's been doing her show every Saturday. She's not doing it tomorrow because she has other stuff. But for her very first show, she had on a person who is kind of controversial. She had on Kate Peter. And she was supposed to talk to her for about 30 minutes, and it ended up being about 2 hours. Now, she came back, and the week afterwards, she said, I wasn't sure. Like, I really, I enjoyed our conversation, but I got a lot of negative feedback from it because people wanted me, because people were expecting to go okay, my next guest is Kate Peter, blah, why are you crusty, Kate Peter, blah. And that didn't happen. She had a nice conversation. They learned from, they both got to question one another. I thought it was fantastic. So, Jess Machado, I think you should do more of that. And if you need to brainstorm ideas as to we can have Kate on to do something else, I think I have a good idea.
Cool. I don't know if she knows I don't know if she knows we exist or if she ever watches.
Well, that's okay. We'll just put it out there, and if it gets to her, it gets to her. But
put it out into the atmosphere. But yeah, thank thank you for fair use, for showing,
So-
for listening to the audio of what happened to Kelsey. And again, I'm just kind of flabbergasted by the whole thing. I don't really understand why it was handled the way it was handled from the get-go. I think it could have all been prevented had they handled it differently. Giving a restraining order to a new mother who's in postpartum depression, and the way they did it, to me, doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I want to finish this because this is funny. I had a good idea, and then we'll go into that part. But all right, so just in case Jess Machado stumbles upon this, because I mean she does. Like again, like she calls her people ghosties. She started to switch them over to ghosties, which I thought was freaking hilarious. But so for Jess and Kate Peters segment, I think you could do something that will kill two birds with one stone. So people like to, I don't know if this is still the case, but there was video of Kate Peter driving it around in a car that only had steel rims. It didn't have, she didn't have nice rims, and she didn't have hubcaps. And Jess Machado has admitted that she is a kleptomaniac, or she likes to go places and take things from places. Like she'll go into a bar and like, oh, that's nice. I'll take that for a souvenir and take that for a souvenir. And she brought them in to show people like, oh, I took this from this place and this from this place. So I have, souvenirs. So I would say, in order to satiate both of those, what if you did like an outing? You can call it like cease and desist because of the thing that happened with that person, where it's a cease and desist segment where the two of you guys go to a junkyard and you find Kate some nice wheels. And that way she gets nice wheels, and Jess, you can go and, take things from, like you could take an ornament or something like that. Plus, I mean, I love going to junkyard just because you could be nosy and nose around some stuff. So I think that would be a nice segment. They,
why don't you do a live stream with Kate Peters? Why are you giving away your good ideas to another live streamer? Why don't we live stream you meeting Kate Peters and taking her to the
No.
Yes. You got to bring it out, Julie. You're right.
I'll tell you what.
In the heat of it. You're in the heat of it, Julie. They're there.
No. I'll tell you what. So Jess mentioned on one of her other shows that she got like her father, who has passed, gave her some fishing equipment because her father is a fisherman. I'm a fisher woman, lady, whatever you want to call me. I grew up with it, love doing it. And she said that she wants to try to get into it. And so she would, go out and like the old timers would help her how to fish. And she's like, oh, I like doing that, but like I haven't caught a fish. And say, you know what? Anytime you want to go out, I'll take you out, because she's in the southern Massachusetts. You want to go out? It's nice and warm now. There's always bluefish running, but there's bluefish. I don't know if bass are still in season down there, but like there's plenty of fish out there. You want to go out? I'll take you fishing. How's that? And we could do like a fishing for ladies with, like, I don't know, something.
There you go.
Like, I mean, like we could even make it like something else. Like I have MS, she has lupus. We could do like, like crippled ladies with autoimmune disease go fishing. How about that? That's fun.
Wait. Who has lupus?
Oh, Jesta. She mentioned that she has lupus. I was like, that's basically the same thing as MS. It's just different types of,
very similar symptoms that you both battle and deal with. Yes.
Yep. So again, thank you to Jess Machado for putting that out there. We, went through it. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't do that. So I figured, hey, I'll give you a good idea. And and again, I would love to see Kate Peter back on, because again, I thought it was a fantastic conversation that they had. So yeah, there you go. Junkyard dogs. So there's that. So there's
dogs are a good time. Yes, Lee, I agree.
There's a little moment of levity because that was a lot. I mean, the first time I heard that, I lost my mind and screamed so much. I missed some of the parts, and it was just even worse the second time. But
so I have a question about this whole situation with Kelsey. So where did they leave it then? That's it. She's back in jail. They're not going to give her another.
That's it. Done. She is back in. They took her immediately. Like, that's why she screamed, or she yelled no and started immediately crying.
And they're not going to give her another chance.
And then Bradle blow like it just sounded like he blew it. Oh, the 8th Amendment, bro. Like, how about you come with something like, again? I'm so aggravated. Again, if I were in court and David and Eddie or Roe did that, I would immediately turn to them and go like, what's the matter with you? Like, are you okay? Like, you having a medical emergency? Because that's so out of character. Like, how could you do that? In my opinion, that's my opinion.
My other question is, when when does he have his hearing for any punishment that he might be getting for his?
Yeah, that's Monday. That's Monday. Tim Bradle, who was in front of the Boston Bar Association or Boston Board Overseer, whatever it was, had a 2 days of hearings that he had to go through because he was found to have done something 20 years ago that caused somebody to go to jail for a very long time. So they brought him in front of the board, and they were going to decide whether or not to punish him. And they decided that, yep, you're going to have some kind of sanction. And they had 2 days of testimony, where it's basically like it wasn't like, it was kind of like a mediation. Like he had a lawyer, they had a lawyer for the other representatives, and they had like a board, I guess, that was acted like a judge. And he had to get up and testify. It was all online. It happened at the end of June, beginning of July. I watched 1.5 days because they cut the feed and I wasn't able to watch the end of it, but I watched, and they are recommending a license suspension of 1 year, which means that he could potentially lose his license for 1 year. Now they said that they could remove his license for forever, but they're only asking for 1 year, and he will find out the results on Monday.
So if they did this, if they did say, okay, you're getting punished for that, we're going to remove your license for 1 year, would he be able to finish out representing her before they removed his license? Would there be some grace time for his current clients?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's
I don't know how that works. Yeah. So I don't know how that works. Again, I don't know. He knows that. I don't know if the family of Francis Gigalotti knows that. I don't know if his other.
That's just a question that I have, because I wouldn't think the court would punish his current clients with having to get a new attorney because of something he did 15, 20 years ago. So I'd like to think that they would say, okay, effective this date, you cannot take any more clients because you're going to lose your law license for 1 year, but you can finish out the current trials that you have, and this will go into effect. Boom. I'm just curious, or otherwise, are they saying your law license, you have 90 days to find a new attorney for your clients because in 90 days you're losing your law license? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, again, they did the closing arguments and the recommendations, and they both made their arguments to say, like, well, if it's this and that. And that's when they wanted to have that done like immediately. And the judge, again, I don't know the technical term or whatever it was. The judge basically said, like, no, we need statements and this and that. So we're going to take this time to, we need statements from this one, to go through and recommendations. And that's why they pushed it to September 15th. So it's on the website. You can watch it. It's bbo. Oh wait, let me check because I don't want to tell you the wrong information. But it's up there. If you go to their calendar, you can click on the name, and the link will come up saying like, oh, it hasn't started yet. So it's basically like a Zoom. But the first time they did it, it stopped when they ended at 5, so we couldn't finish the rest of it. But I mean, he testified and everything. So sad. It's sad. But anyways, all right. So let's talk about. So you talked about postpartum and serving her and everything else. Let's talk about something that we talked about last week, which is that this officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, was served with a restraining order by 3 North Andover police, basically her colleagues. They served her with a restraining order, and they took her child away from her, and they only had the 3 of them. So. And we were kind of talking because, like, I know Nurse Kim talked about this. I know Melanie talked about this, saying, like, like, why would you go with 3? Why wouldn't you do this, that, the other case? And so we were talking kind of behind the scenes. It was like, well, Kat, you have experience, being a police officer and doing stuff like this. Let's say you were the officer in charge of the, of the North Andover restraining order unit, or whatever the case may be, and you got saying, hey, we need you to go serve this, and we need to remove the 4-month-old child from this person who is a cop that's out on leave and had some issues and this and that. How would you go about it? Like, how many people would you bring? What time would you go? What type of services would you bring? How would you do it? Especially when you would go into the house, would you make sure the person is out of the house? Would you go into the house? Like, what would your steps be for how you would serve this? Because I mean, again, we talked about this where you said, like, like one of the most dangerous times is during like a domestic or when you're trying to serve somebody, because people, have all sorts of different reactions, and you don't know what you're walking into, especially a volatile situation like a restraining order. So what would you do?
So it's So there's a couple things in play here. The dogs are probably going to bark because my son just got home and the garage door went up. So I may have to mute for a second so I don't break all your ears from their barking. But so there's a couple things in play. I don't know what the actual law or the policy is in handover. Come here, guys. Come here. I don't know what the policy is in is it handover or?
Oh, no, North Andover.
North handover. Hang on. I'm going to close my door because they're going to bark till he comes in the house. Let me close my door.
Oh, that poor girl. But, well, in other news, there's not much information on this because he's still in Norfolk jail. But Brian Walsh was I guess I don't even know if that's a YouTube word that you can say, but he had an incident where something went inside of him and then came out and had to go to the hospital, and he was released. There's not that much information on it, but I mean, we don't know what happened, but.
He was injured. He was injured with a sharp weapon.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah. Sharp pointy weapon.
Sharp pointy weapon. Well, we'll have to, we may, I don't know anything about that. I missed that today.
Well, that's basically all that we know, which is that something happened overnight where he was injured and he had to leave the jail and he was brought to Boston. He was brought to Beth Israel Deaconess, and he was discharged. So he's back in jail. So I don't know if it was out of caution. I don't know why he went to the Deaconess. I mean, that's pretty high-end hospital. And I mean, the Brigham's closer. There's what else is by there? I mean, there's a bunch of places. I don't know why he went to the Deaconess. So that's, I don't know.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to follow up on that this week and let you know more about whatever we find out next week. But so going back to the situation here, so first of all, I would need to know, like, what is the policy? Why are her fellow officers serving her? First of all, that feels like a little bit of a conflict of interest to me. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I'm not from Massachusetts. I don't know what the policy is there, but to me, it just feels like a little bit of conflict of interest. And typically the sheriff's department so in a lot of communities, in most communities, the sheriff's department is the one that serves these type of legal documents, or a server, right? So I was telling you guys last time we talked about this, that when I was living in Colorado for 2 years, I was working for a private investigator and I was doing service. I was serving divorce papers. I was serving restraining orders. I was serving court documents. We were allowed to do that. We were hired by the attorneys to do that. And I was working with him. So I would go with him because I was kind of understudying under him. So he had the PI license. PIs are allowed to serve court documents. So I'm a little confused. So I'd have to do some digging. I might even have to make a phone call.
Okay. Well, wait a second. So in Massachusetts, the police serve restraining orders and
okay. So in Massachusetts, even the police do, not just the
orders. Yeah. Nope, it's the local police. Nope. The police take care of it.
Local police can serve these type of things. Okay. Yep. So, but my problem is, again, why not call in the county and have the county serve her, because she's one of your fellow officers, so that it feels like a conflict of interest to me.
Sure. Okay. All right. So let's say that you're from, so there's North Andover. Let's say you're from Andover, and they say, okay, we're going to refer this to you. So.
Yeah. So I would have preferred that it wouldn't have been her own department serving her this restraining order in the first place. So first of all, who's ever in charge of putting together this group of officers that is going to go serve this is probably a sergeant or a lieutenant, and they have to look at the situation of safety. So how I know that it's been debated, why did they send so many officers to serve this? Well, because people that are getting divorced and that are putting restraining orders against each other, it can be a volatile situation, and they can't, and it can get taken out on the person serving. And it has happened to it. It has happened before. So I didn't witness it, but a friend of mine was unalived when I was in Colorado, who I was mentoring under. He was a private investigator. He was unalived by the man he was serving divorce papers and a restraining order to. So it can be a very dangerous situation for the person who's serving the person when you're in this volatile situation. They also knew that she was having severe depression. mental health concerns. So I have no problem with them sending 3 people. I know that's been debated by different sides.
That was the big issue, which is like, why do they send so many? It's like, well, usually on calls, I mean, like you'll have 2 cars. You'll have the original one, and then you'll have a backup. So you'll have
on
a minimum
anything like this, you're always going to have 2 officers going to this type of a situation. If you're serving papers now, serving like divorce papers, would you need 2 people? Not necessarily, but now with the way of the world and as violent as people are becoming in divorces and in custody situations, I would always send 2 people now. I would err on the side of caution for the server who's ever serving, whether it be a sheriff or a paid processor, or a police department, if that's what they do. They help serve legal papers. But I have no problem with 3 going. But here is my problem with it, is that this is a fellow officer of theirs. They knew what kind of trauma was going on between her and the boyfriend or the fiance. They knew she was having depression issues. I don't know if they knew that it was postpartum or not. That I don't know. But they knew all of this. So why wouldn't you do this service in a more humane way? Like, give warning that they're not there to arrest her. They're there to give her a restraining order. So why not call in advance and say, we need to give you we have to serve you a restraining order. Do you want to come down to meet us at the police department, or do you want to have your mother? I mean, why not be more humane about it? Why do you have to be business as usual about it? This is one of your fellow officers. So this is where I'm a little taken aback, and I would, I'd love to talk to somebody in command there and say, why did you handle it this way? Just for the sake of knowledge, power, action, change, which is our tagline flying across the bottom every week. Why did you handle it this way so coldly, with one of your own fellow officers? Now, obviously, business is business. You have to serve this restraining order, but you still could have done it more humanely, which probably would have ended very differently than how it ended that night, with her having a massive freak out meltdown and pulling out her weapon. I haven't read the police report.
Allegedly, yeah.
But have you read?
Well, yeah. So it's he said, she said. There's a statement from the prosecution and the statement for the restraining order, and I don't know if that officer gave a I believe the officer gave a statement that she went behind something like again. It was okay. So what happened when they went to the house? They went to the house. They knocked on the door. Again, the fiance said, "Hey, can you meet me here?" And she took the baby to meet at like a park or something like that. He never showed up. And it was like, oh, what the hell's going on? So she went back to the house. She was, I guess, feeding the baby when they knocked on the door to serve her. And they, gave her, was like, hey, we're here for restraining order and we're here to take your baby. Again, 3 officers, nobody else, just 3 officers. And I guess she was like, oh my God, no, why, what's going on? This, and she said in her statement, she said that at that point, that was the lowest point, because without my baby, I want my baby, that's my baby. So what happened was, they came in the house. I guess 2 officers tended to the baby, and 1 officer went with her upstairs to the bedroom to pack up, toys and clothes and diapers and stuff like that. And according to the officer and according to her, she went to go reach behind something and ended up pulling out her firearm. Again, I don't know if it was department issued or her private firearm, but she ended up pulling out a firearm. Now, this is where it gets conflicted. So she went upstairs with that officer and started packing up a bag, and then went to go grab something. And that's when the firearm was there. Now, the confliction is the officer that went with her said that she grabbed and pointed at him, pulled the trigger. The firing pin went, but there wasn't a round. She went to go re-rack. He shot twice. One missed her, one hit her. Now, according to her, she, I guess, went, she had a freak out and was like, no, my baby, went to go grab for, again, I don't know if it was service or her personal, but went to grab a firearm and again pointed at her head. And according to her, or I thought it was according to her, she was they were screaming no, don't do it. And then she was shot. So that's where it was conflicted. But just the fact that the 3 officers were in the house, 2 were tending to the baby, and 1 went upstairs with her, like that, I don't know how that sits with you. Again, you did this job. You were, you have the experience. Like that doesn't look.
It doesn't take 2 officers to tend to a baby, but it would take 2 officers to make sure she's not going up there to hurt herself.
See, okay, that's like just the fact that only 1 went. Like you have 3 officers, but only 1 follows her to another location.
2 should have gone with her. 1 should have remained with the baby. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, all right. So what would you have done in a situation like that? Like, okay, like let's say you're on the scene and you say like, okay, we're gonna go serve this. Who would you call? Like, who would you bring along? Like again, you're Sergeant Cat, you're Lieutenant Cat, you're in charge. You're going to take this team out. It's going to be you and who else?
Well, I mean, I would have handled this very differently if I was in charge of this. I would not have gone to a woman who's in distress and I'm going to take her baby and serve her restraining order in that fashion. I mean, there had to be other ways they could do it. Again, they were not arresting her. They could have called her family.
Okay.
They could have done so many things. They could have brought her mother with them.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Make it not seem so horrible for her that her baby's being taken. I mean, you're taking a child from a mother. I mean, this is ridiculous the way they handled it. I don't agree with it whatsoever, the way they handled this restraining order. Simple as that.
Well, okay, all right. So you would have called the family. Would you have called anybody else? Would you have had fire rescue showed up? Would you have had an ambulance on scene? Would you have had ECF, like the child services?
Yeah, probably not an ambulance because you're like guessing that there's going to be firefight or that you're going to need an ambulance, which in this case you're serving a restraining order. So
but you're also taking the baby.
Right, but think about how much money it costs to bring a fire engine out and an ambulance out. That they're not going to do that. They got to be warned. They have to have a PO. They have to have probable probable cause to be able to have a fire rescue there. You don't have any PC for that. But you're taking a baby. That's a big deal, and that I don't understand why it was handled, like I said, the way it was, where she had no support network. There should have been a means for her to have a support network. Now obviously she's of age, so calling the family, that's very tricky because she's not under 18, she's an adult. So we ran into that a lot on the college campus when kids were in trouble and when they were arrested and their dorm, their head of their dorm, I forgot what they're called now, the RA.
The RA and the RD. Yeah.
They want, you need to call their parents. Well, no, we can't call their parents because they're over 18. They have to give us permission to call their parents. And if they say, no, don't call our parents, then we don't call their parents. As simple as that. Because you just can't be calling people's family. So this is a really tricky situation. They're taking a woman's baby. They know she's already got mental health concerns. I think they could have done something to have some type of a social worker or somebody go with them in this situation. There should have been a way to be able to get that approved from their department that they needed to bring a social worker along just to talk with her. Because you're about to remove a baby from a woman. No one knows what that means unless you've been a mother. And a mother who's already in distress and is already depressed, has postpartum depression. I just really, truly feel in my heart that it was handled very wrong. And I think in law enforcement, you have 2 options. You have the letter of law and you have to stick to that sometimes, but you also have the spirit of the law. So there's the letter of the law, the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law would have said, let's bring a social worker along. Let's get permission from the lieutenant or whoever we have to get permission from the captain. And let's bring a social worker. We're taking this woman's baby. It's very serious, heavy stuff. So the fact that they took 3 officers tells you that they had concerns. Because if they didn't have any concerns about her mental health or her being dangerous, they wouldn't have needed 3 officers. So the fact they took 3, that tells you something right there. So why not find a way to do this in a humane way for the mother? Humane as possible. It's never going to be easy to do something like this, but the judge signed off on this. So my other interesting concern is why didn't this get handled in like in the family court? Why wasn't she ordered to come to family court with the baby, where she could have brought her parents along and dealt with the exchange in family court? Why is this being handled in her home by 3 of her fellow coworkers?
Yeah, well, because we're in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts likes to take the approach of better safe than sorry. So that's why he was able to make an ex parte one-person statement by basically saying like, oh, we had this condition, and we had this, like she has this condition and this has already happened and she's already crazy. And oh, by the way, we're up in Maine and she was drinking and she made a scene and she keeps threatening me and she's threatening the baby. And I'm concerned for me and the baby. That's all you need to say. Is you need to say, I'm afraid of this person because I believe this person is a danger to themselves and danger to other people. And they go, okay, done. That's it. Go get it. Fix it. Like, that's it. That's all you need. And again, that's a very low threshold. And again, better safe than sorry. But sometimes that make you like,
right.
It's too, and again, like some people take advantage of stuff like this, like a very low threshold. People like it's going to get exploited, and they're like,
well, that's the problem, though.
So, yeah,
right. When it's really needed, like we've seen these other horrific cases in the last 2 months where the mother has had major mental health concerns and has unalived her husband and her children, and they had to have seen signs. Somebody had to have seen signs. And so if they felt they saw signs in Kelsey that she could potentially do something like this, unalive herself and the baby, then I understand why they went for an emergency restraining order and to take the baby. But again, then why can't you do it in a more humane way? You're still dealing with a mother, and you're still dealing with removing a child from a mother. So there should be, and this is why I've been preaching this for years, that social workers need to work in police departments. And they've had a couple pilot programs around the country. I should try to find somebody from Texas to come and talk with us.
No, we have them here. We have them here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We have mental health, we have behavioral health and mental health units
that actually work at the police department, work in conjunction with the police department.
So there are social workers that go on calls with police officers that are trained police officers, but they are.
Then why didn't they bring one then to her? That she was a perfect example of where you bring a
question. Good question.
Right. That's exactly right. Hang on.
Somebody again. This is Essex County. Okay, Essex County is a big area. Okay, it's North Andover. That's a small department. If you wanted to like pimp this out to somebody else, there are departments. For example, Lynn City of Sin has behavioral units where there are police officers that are trained to do mental health stuff, where they carry less lethal, and they are trained to like be compassionate, and they go around with when they have to serve somebody for a mental health evaluation or check or something. They have, an officer on standby, like an actual officer with firearm. They stand off to the side. They have social workers. They come with an ambulance, and they're like, hey, we're here to de-escalate. Like they have instead of their last names, it says like officer, whatever. It has like their first names. They're very like touchy feely. But they come with social workers. They could have like brought it out and say like, hey, you go deal with it.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't be able to send a social worker to give, to do the restraining order. So that there's that, but she could have.
But like, it wasn't just the restraining order. You would have done the restraining order, and then you would remove. Again, I don't know what the statute is for like removing children, but I believe it has something to do, like they have to be like, the reason why I said like bring like fire rescue or bring like an ambulance is because they have to be checked through the system to make sure like, hey, are you intact? Because usually when you remove a child from a house, you like it's got to be for like a reason where they're at harm. So you need to make sure like, hey, are you okay?
Well, yes and no. I mean, again, that's a really tricky thing. If the judge determined that she wasn't mentally well, then their first priority was to remove the child from what could potentially be a dangerous home, which is what they were doing. Her mental health, that's on her and her family to get her to a doctor, or that's not on the people serving the restraining order and taking the baby to determine how she is that night and if they need to get her help. But again, if they work with social workers and if they're trying to do it in a more humane way, bring the social worker along, and the social worker can determine that having her baby removed has caused a relapse or an exponential problem with her current mental health situation, then that social worker could have possibly said, can we call your family? Let's take you to the ER for evaluation. Let's get you some help, right? I mean, there's so many, again, there was so many more humane ways they could have handled that. It's heartbreaking to me. And I want to take just a moment because this is such a heavy topic. And Shauna says that she just ate an entire container of Ben & Jerry's, feeling very anxious. Yeah, I've been, this is a very disturbing case. And everything that's been going on in the last 60 days has been disturbing. We're just constantly being shoved in our face every day. And unless you just want to bury yourself in a cave, you know, it's just been one bad news situation after the other with trauma. And let's not forget that every day, 3 women are unalived by their husbands, boyfriends, or significant others. So 3 women a day that we never even know about because their cases aren't sexy enough to make the mainstream media. There's so much going on every day in this country that we never know about. In the big cities, people are getting unalived, and it's horrible. And then the ones we find out about are in our face every day for the media cycle until they decide it's not important anymore. And then we're just left to grapple with it and try to figure it out and understand it and feel terrible for the families. No one can feel as terrible as the victims' families and friends. That is absolutely for sure. So this situation to me was not handled well. I never liked the way they handled it. The minute you told me about this case, it bothered me that they would go and take a woman's baby and not make sure that she's okay, just by bringing along some type of a welfare check type person. I get where you're going with that, but it wouldn't necessarily be a fire truck or an ambulance, but they could have definitely. Because think about it. You go in, you give this woman a restraining order, you're her coworkers, you take her baby from her, and then you just leave her there?
Yep,
What is
exactly.
she on her lives herself? That's on you. That's on you because you just came and did something without giving her any moral support or any type of mental health support. You did a tragic act to someone by serving them restraining order and taking their child, and then you're just going to leave them there unattended? I mean, this could have gone even more horrible than it did, because she could have just let him take the child, dealt with it, and then had a meltdown of proportions and unalived herself. So that this could have just gone very, very wrong. It was already bad enough. And now, you know, but it could have been worse. Now, MCAT says she thinks, based on what she's learned of this case, that the boyfriend is sketch. Wish we kept ice cream in the house. Me too. Oh, you know what, you guys? Oh, shoot. I just remembered. I went and got myself the other day when I was just feeling so horrible about all of this stuff going on, these terrible losses of life. I went to Culver's because we have a Culver's here. We have 2 of them now, and that's from Wisconsin. They 2 brothers started Culver's in Wisconsin back when my kids were little, and they make the best custard, the best homemade custard, and they have great cheeseburgers and all other kinds of good food. And I just went to get ice cream because I also had to have it, and I try to behave and not keep it in the house, Shauna, for that very reason in MCAT. So I went to get, I got one of their concrete shakes that I just got a small, but I was craving mint. So I asked her if I could just have a vanilla concrete shake and could you put some mint flavoring in it for me? And they did. Oh man, was that good. And I just remembered I have about this much of it left in my freezer because the only way we can advocate and speak out for victims of crime and atrocities that have happened, like what happened with Charlie and with these 2 school shootings almost back to back, it feels like, and the shooting of the congresswoman and the senator in Minneapolis, all the other, this woman on the subway, and on. Like I said, 3 victims a day of domestic violence homicide. 3 women are all unalived every day. And if you're in this business of live streaming for advocacy, it gets to be very taxing on your central nervous system. And it can affect you in very negative ways. And I had a rough week this week, a very rough week. So just circling back to something MCAT asked me about, a post I made where I kind of lost my cool. And I'm not going to apologize for it because I have been following the Epstein situation for many, many years, way before I ever retired, way before I ever became a live streamer. So the Epstein situation with all of these survivors and victims, it's my passion thing. I've been following it. I've been advocating for his arrest for many years. When he was first considered for arrest down here in Florida many, many years ago, and he got out of it. I was enraged. I couldn't believe it. And I was just sickened by how many people he was going to all these parties and walking around like he was a sane human being. And most of us who followed it from the very beginning knew he was a criminal and knew that he was doing horrible things. And then with Trump being involved with him way before he ever decided to run for president, that was very upsetting to me. So I have never been unauthentic about the fact that I did not vote for Trump. But my channel is bipartisan. We don't talk about politics. We talk about the victims. We advocate for the victims and their families. But on my Twitter feed, I am allowing myself to still be me. I don't have to hide who I am for you. I don't expect you to hide who you are for me. And I'm not going to hide who I am and what I believe in and what policies I believe should be invoked in our country. So I am a Democrat. I lean to the middle a lot because I believe in that. I believe in working across the aisle, but I've never shied away from telling you all where my policies lie and where my votes lie. And you shouldn't have to be afraid to tell me because we're all adults and we can be civil and get along. But this Epstein thing has me on my last nerve. And so I get very upset and frustrated when the president talks his talk and I feel is disrespectful to these victims. So I was up in my feelings and I posted something on Twitter that I was not happy with Trump. Then he went on and it was interviewed talking about how he has the best numbers and they're the lowest numbers and crime here, crime there. And he doesn't even have any way to prove it. It gets me upset. Presidents should not be spouting off unless they have facts. And if you fact check him on this stuff, you will see, you go to Snoops, they're very reliable. They tell you if somebody is liar, liar, pants on fire, or if they were telling the truth. So I do my research. I check on things that he's bald-faced lied about, and other presidents have lied. I fact checked all the presidents since I was old enough to vote. So I am authentic. I am who I am. I believe in the policies that I believe in, and I don't shy away from that on Twitter. I do not speak on politics typically on live stream. We had to a little bit tonight because this was a massive, massive tragedy. I would never want anybody to be hurt or unalived because of what they believe in. Even if I don't agree with you, of course not. 99% of this country would never want anyone to be unalived because of what they believe in or what they vote for in policy when they're on Congress or Senate. And so all of the hate that's been being tossed around on social media in the last 24 hours has me completely taken aback. So I typically don't post a lot of politics on my Twitter feed, but I'm very tied into the Epstein case for various reasons. I've been tied into it for years, doing my own research and following it before there was social media. So that is why I got up in my feelings, and sometimes I'll make a tweet that you might not like. You can still come to my channel. We're still bipartisan here. 99.9% of the time, we do not talk politics live streaming. I don't want to be a political live streamer. I want to be an advocate, and advocacy is bipartisan. But you may see at times, if you follow me on social media, you may not like something I post. I might not like something you post, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to think you're a good person or think that you care about people or not want to speak to you. So that's really all I have to say about that. I appreciate that you wanted to ask me about it. I always feel that I am an authentic person. And that's why when I first started live streaming, I said that my live streams are not going to be political. I did 1 or 2 live streams during the election, but I did them on a Tuesday. I did not do them on a Calling Out Corruption or Social Change Warriors night. I did them completely separate. That was my choice because I like election cycles. I think it's wonderful that we have the opportunity to vote in this country, and you get to vote for who you feel you align with the most. And we can agree to disagree most of the time. I think, again, we all 99.9% agree that political violence is evil. It's hate. Somebody has taken something and they've taken it to a far extreme level. And it, regardless if it's somebody who aligns with your politics or my politics or somewhere in the middle, they have become what I consider basically criminally insane because they're willing to take all their hate for a person who they don't agree with and actually harm that person. Like when they go to the schools, when these people go completely criminally insane and they want to harm the children because something harmed them. Now they want to harm children. It makes no sense. We can't make sense of it. There's always going to be evil in this world. There's always going to be people that are going to try to do us harm. And we all have to see something, say something. We have to pay attention to our neighbors. We have to pay attention to people that we work with, to people in our children's schools. Who is paying attention to this young man? You know, it's heartbreaking. And what I didn't like, and the reason why I got upset and posted what I posted on social media was explaining that you can't just call for a complete dissolution of entire party because you think somebody that's in that party did this atrocity, because there was no proof who killed Charlie. They didn't have a suspect in the beginning. And once they did, they didn't know where he was. They knew nothing about his background. But yet the entire media practically, and so many people on Facebook and Twitter are blaming the Democrats for it. It makes no sense to me. I don't understand it. And the same thing with when the senator got shot and the congresswoman in Minnesota. Don't automatically assume that a Republican shot them. You don't know. You don't know who shot you until that person came forward and admitted it and said why they did what they did. Nobody knew anything about that person. And yet they're all, many people on the left were screaming, oh, a Republican shot our senator and our congresswoman. You didn't know that, just like you didn't know on the right. You didn't know who shot Charlie Kirk. So the way social media went crazy, assuming things is dangerous, and then making threats to people on their Facebook and their Twitter that you're calling you evil because you don't vote the way that they do, calling you monsters. I mean, it's terrible. I've never once called anybody who's conservative evil or a monster. I've never called Trump evil. I've never called Trump a monster. Yes, MCAT, I hashtag not my president, because you know what? A president that won't release the Epstein files, a monster like Epstein and a monster like Maxwell, until you release those files, you're not my president. And if you don't like that, I'm sorry. That's my opinion. You must release the files. I wanted Biden to release the files. I want any president to release these files if it's in their power to do so. You're talking about major harm that came to these women. And as far as we know, probably some young boys as well. Major, major harm, criminal harm. These people that were going to these island parties and these terrible things they were organizing in New York and cities all around our country makes my head spin that they got away with this for all those years. And you now, Congress and Senate, you have the power to bring people to justice. I don't fucking care who they voted for. I don't care if there's 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats or 20 Democrats and 10 Republicans. I don't care. These women deserve their justice, and we're an advocacy channel. So we're advocating for justice for the victims of the Epstein debauchery and debauchery and disgustingness and criminal sexual behavior. Yes, YouTube, S word, that went on. And I have been following this for years. I'm passionate about it, and I want those files released. We all want to know who was going along with him and his nefarious behavior, and how is he making all of that money? He was a freaking school teacher, for God's sake, before he started in on abusing young women and young men and boys and girls who were 13, 14, 15. He was a school teacher. So how did he amass his fortune? So these men and women who were part of his circuit, who were getting their jiggies off with girls and boys, they were paying him. It's a no-brainer, right, people? So yes, is this political? No, Epstein is not political. As far as we know, he was apolitical. He was a monster. This is talking about a monster. We're talking about advocating for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell. I won't even say her first name because I can't stand her. They were horrible, evil people, and it didn't matter who they voted for. It has nothing to do with it. Politics doesn't have to do with everything. Like I said, 3 women died today in this country because their husbands decided they could kill them. K-word, sorry, YouTube. That should hurt every one of us. That should bother every one of us. And it has nothing to do with who we vote for or our politics. So I'm upset by the Epstein situation. It bothers me every day. And I'm trying to still go touch grass and take my dog for a walk and focus on our other advocacy and focus on what's going on with Kelsey so we can have a logical debate. But that's all. That's all I got.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Can you share my screen? I forgot about this. So just in case everybody's not mad, this also came out today, and we talked about this last week. But
you can be mad if you want to be mad, but
while you do that, I'll say this. I mean, what happened this week? I mean, there was a lot that happened this week, and one thing that we didn't talk about was what happened overnight one night where Russia decided to invade Poland. That's the Polish Eagle with
gosh,
flag on it. They decided to in the middle of the night. I watched it happen live on, well, not live, but watch the updates and going, oh shit, now it's finally happened. And again, I'm Italian and Polish. My grandfather's from Chicago, which has a very big Polish population. And I said, oh, here it is. The Russians are going to test. And I mean, the resolve of the Polish people to basically say like, yeah, they're going to shoot stuff at us to try to get a response. Everybody simmer down now. And all of Poland basically just like sat and was like, okay, we're not gonna like jump to conclusions because that's what Russia wants. Now Poland is waiting for an opportunity to have at it for the stuff that they've done for years and years and years. And I watch it happen and go, wow, this is going to be big news. And then the atrocity that happened in Utah happened, which, I mean, when I saw that happen, I mean, I watched Trump get shot live. I mean, I watched all his
that was horrible.
I watched all of his campaign rallies, and I watched it happen live. And I mean, what happened that day was I watched the WNBA had nice chicken. I was like, oh great, I'm gonna pig out. I'm gonna watch a game, and then I'm gonna watch him make a speech and everything else. And I sat down, and I was like, okay, here we go. And he started going, and then all of a sudden, it was like, what am I watching? Like, is this real? And I watched it, and like I yelled and was like, get down, get down, get down. And my stomach turned, and I mean, like, that's not America. And what happened this week is not America. Like we have the First Amendment for a reason where you can't be put in jail for speaking out against the government and everything else. And if you agree to disagree, like that's discord. That's conversations that we have with one another. And the first thing you do is you don't go immediately and go, oh my God, it's this one. Oh my God, it's this one. Oh my God, it's this one. Like, we talk. Just because you disagree on that, we still talk, but we don't do what happened this week. And I mean, it was heartbreaking. And I mean, 31 years old. I mean,
horrible.
Absolutely horrible. And I mean, that's not what we do. And then again, to have 9/11 happen and then everything else. But I mean, I think there's a clip where like he even said, like, when we stop talking to one another, that's when things get dangerous. And I mean, as long as we just talk and open and just like, who said this? Who said that? No, we'll talk to everybody. Like, again, like I brought up Despacito. Despacito is like completely on the other side of, in a different belief system, but she's still a human being. She's still in Massachusetts. She still has her finger on the pulse. I'll talk to her about anything, and we agree on more stuff than you think.
Right. So MCAT, you say I'm talking politics. The only reason I'm talking politics at all is because you asked me the question earlier. So I was answering your question. I don't talk politics on this channel. I don't live stream politics. I am allowed to post what I want to post on Twitter about something that bothers me. That is being authentic, because all of you can read it. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if I don't like something you post, that's okay. You're allowed to do that. It's America. I choose not to live stream politics. I choose to live stream advocacy, because advocacy is bipartisan. So I'm really confused what your problem with me is tonight, because I'm telling you the truth. I get to choose who I vote for. This is America. You get to choose who you vote for. I can post what I want on Twitter. That's my Twitter account. This is the live stream nights. I don't do politics on our live stream. We've never done it. Once in a blue moon, somebody may say something in the chat box, so I'll be respectful and I'll answer their question, but I don't bring it up. I don't focus on it. But when somebody gets, assassinated, we have to say something about it. It's horrible. It's political violence. It's terrible. So we did want to talk about it, but we can talk about it respectfully. You asked me about my Twitter post. I answered your question, why I'm so upset about the Epstein files. Epstein is not politics. It's evil. So I'm very confused what's going on with you right now in the chat box. Maybe this needs to be a conversation off air, because I don't really think, to be honest with you, it's very fair to me. I'm trying to have a live stream with Julie tonight, and we never talk politics on Friday nights. We do not talk politics on Wednesdays or Thursdays. I do not talk politics on this channel. I am bipartisan. But if I get upset about something that's going on in this country, I have the right to say something on my Twitter feed, and you don't have to agree with it. But if you don't want to like me for it, that where is what Julie just talking about? Where is the fair discord? Where is the conversation? Where is the debate? And I don't really want to have these conversations in a friend zone on a live stream. It's not appropriate because I don't do this in my live streams. I'm here to advocate for victims. Epstein's victims are victims. They deserve justice. All of the people that have died that I've been advocating for a year that don't have justice and their families don't have justice, that's what's important. That's what matters. And getting justice for anyone that's been unalived, I don't care what party they're in, anybody that's been unalived by the hands of someone else deserves justice. And that's just that. That's just fact. That has nothing to do with politics. So I don't understand really what is going on tonight, to be totally frank. So I'm doing my best. Live streaming is very difficult. It can be very hard and emotional. And this has been a very emotional week, Julie. I actually thought about canceling the show tonight because this week with all this trauma, with all these people getting hurt and injured and dying, I've really struggled. And I'm sure a lot of you have. There's been a lot of people talking about how horrible they feel and how helpless they feel to stop this violence from these individual people. Because in most cases, with all of these unalivings, even let's just say the last 10 years, it's one person, it's one single shooter, with the exception of Columbine. I think, was that 3? I think Columbine was 3, right?
I don't know, but
I think it was 2. Oh, was it 2? Okay, 2. Yeah. But most of the time, it's one person doing these atrocities and hurting innocent people. And it's mind numbing and it's sickening. And anybody that has a soul and has empathy and cares, it's sad and terrible. And it has nothing at all to do with politics. But you asked me a question that had to do with my Twitter feed and I answered it live on the air. I didn't have to do that. I could have told you to bring it to me personally. I wanted to be transparent and ethical and honest. And I shouldn't have to feel bad about my political choices, but I can still be a bipartisan live streamer. So I just think this was really got kind of out of control tonight. And I feel bad about it. I don't want to ever feel bad when I'm live streaming other than for the families and for the people that we're trying to advocate for. So yeah, this turned out to be a really rough night. It's been a very rough week. And this was rough topics that we cover anyway on Friday nights. The Karen Reed trial was rough. Justice for John O'Keefe is still, Julie, not happening. And it doesn't.
Well, not exactly. I think that there's some stuff going on and we're going to see what exactly is going on. I mean, again, like I don't want to cut you off, but I think we should cut you off a little bit and we'll collectively scream at the television together with this. So, I mean, there's just a lot of shit going on in the background. I think the point was to say like, hey, let's all just take a breath, like deep cleansing breath, because I think we all need it. And I mean, if we want to channel it towards, something good, which, I mean, we just saw something and like, it was horribly sad. And I mean, it looks like there may potentially be a solution, but I mean, who knows? But this came up and we talked about it last week because we heard this person. This is Ted Daniel. He works for Boston 25. He is speaking to Karen Reed's new attorney, again, local attorney. His name is Steve Buzang. He does federal cases and local cases. So he takes on mass cases and he takes on federal cases. So again, but he's local. He is in Boston, or he is in Massachusetts. I forget where he is, but he's here. So I don't know what the status with David Inetti is, but this guy is now handling the case. So we're going to do some updates. And Ted Daniel spoke to him. Again, how we talked to him last week, and he said some stuff. And Mark Betterow said some stuff when he was on with the Glazer. So this is interesting. This is follow-up. This is new. I thought they were talking about the Howie stuff, but they're not. They're talking about something new. So let's watch this and get aggravated, and we can scream at the television together.
Yay.
I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel. Karen Reed's Lexus has been returned, but she's still trying to get 2 of her cell phones back. And we now know why. Court documents reveal the phones are being held in an open investigation. That investigation is being run by a special prosecutor hired by the Norfolk County District Attorney.
That special prosecutor would be Robert Cosgrove.
Michael Morrissey. State police took the phones in January 2024 while attempting to indict Reed and Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy, on charges related to witness intimidation. This would have brought new witness intimidation charges for Reed and additional charges for Carney. As 25 Investigates reported, the attempt failed. A grand jury blocked new indictments. It would appear Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
Okay, so these are new papers. I don't know where these came from. I don't know where they are. Again, just learning how this stuff works. So I'll get on it. But again, you have to go down to Dedham if they're not online or whatever it is to get them on there. I don't know if they've come up. I mean, usually when stuff like this goes against, they usually pop up on like some of the anti-feeds. I know Grant is usually good at grabbing stuff like this. I don't know if he'll have it tomorrow or Monday or whatever it is, but I'm very interested to see what these say.
Is not done. According to a court filing, Cosgrove has asked a judge to order Reed to provide any passwords or other information.
Okay, so this is important. So all right, so what he's talking about is in January 2024, there was a search warrant that was executed by Lieutenant Tully of the Norfolk Detectives Unit out of the Norfolk DA's office. There was grand jury done, and they had a search a warrant to go get cell phones from Karen Reed. Now they applied twice for a search and seize warrants. It was a seizure warrant, and that's what it says right here. It says anything to access the seized device. So they didn't search her phones. They just held on to the physical phone, saying, "Okay, we're going to go get these, and then we'll, see what's going to happen." But a judge signed off on to say, like, "Yep, you can go get them." They had to do that twice because he signed off on one of them. I don't know if it was Krupp or whoever it was, signed off on one of them. I think they have 7 days to serve, and I don't know, they went to her house or whatever it was, and they weren't able to find her. They reapplied, and they said that they were able to track the phone, and the phone was apparently with Karen or somebody, but the phone went from Dighton to the Boston Seaport to Logan, then flew down to Florida. So they had to apply for another one, and then they managed to get the phones finally. And again, I don't know why they weren't searched at the time, but they were seized. That's what went to the grand jury, and that's what they failed to indict on. So they had her phones, but they weren't able to search them. But now that they have some other stuff, including Turtle's passwords to all his phones that were seized, they managed to get the permission to go through all of his stuff. That happened the end of May 2025. Now we're going to see. And again, Buzang, when he spoke with Howie Carr, we listened to it last week, he alluded to that, yeah, if there's something here, well, it's going to have to happen in the court because they're going to file to say, we want to hold on to this. And they're going to say, no, you can't. And then they have to go in front of a court. So it seems like more courts coming.
Necessary to access the seized devices. And he wants Reed to identify any communication that is protected by attorney-client privilege. Karen Reed is fighting all of this.
So that would be a taint team. So just like with Turtle, where they said, like, hey, because attorney-client privilege, they need somebody to go through it, and they're going to say, like, hey, who did you talk to at what time, and who is, your attorney, whatever that is. So that was the motion that he made. Again, I haven't seen it. I just am going off of what he said.
Spoke with one of her attorneys, Steve Buzang.
And that's him right there.
So it's your understanding, based on them withholding the phones, that they're still investigating Karen Reed?
I was told it's an ongoing investigation. I think that's clear from their filings. I think that there is no ongoing investigation. Investigation was done, that there is no evidence that she committed a crime. So there is no new evidence.
I also reached out to the Norfolk DA's office. The spokesperson told me special prosecutors operate independently and the office can't speak for them. Reed did get her Lexus back. It was returned Monday. JB Auto Care in Weymouth agreed to fix it up for her. You can see a new taillight is being installed. It's unclear if she'll ever drive it again. Attorney Buzang expects there will be a court hearing where Reed will formally ask for the return of her phones. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
Thank you, Ted Daniel. So that's that. So it's not done. Nope.
Oh, interesting. Done. And I did see that. Thanks for playing that. And I also saw a couple other interesting posts where I think it was Patrick Murphy had a really interesting, very long post on Facebook today in the inside of the Agent Sean's Facebook channel. And I think he talked about, hang on, let me remove that. Whoops, I don't want to remove you. Shoot, I just want to remove that screen. There we go. I think he made a very long Facebook post, and he was talking that that there is scuttlebutt running around, that they're still looking into John O'Keefe's death, that it's not closed. The case is not closed. So we can all cross our fingers and just keep praying for justice for John O'Keefe and keep advocating and saying his name, because he's not, he hasn't received his justice yet. And that's just not right. MCAT says, OMG, come on, Norfolk County, which
well, yeah, I mean, this isn't over by the long shot. And I mean, there's other stuff too. I mean, there's the, like Turtle still has his cases. There's the stuff that's going on with Lindsay now with the back and forth. But can you share screen? I have a uplifting story to
Speaking of Turtle, before I share your screen, let me just hold this up because I don't have time to download it and upload it and all that fancy stuff. So let me show you guys something here real quick. Hang on.
Did stuff come out?
It's just a photo that Aiden put up on his page, and it shows him on stage with the whole crowd behind him. It's kind of a cool photo. That must have been really fun for all those people that bought tickets. I wish I could have come up there to Boston and taken you, Julie. I just saw it come up on my feed and now it disappeared. Where did it go? I want to show you guys the photo because it's really cool. Oh, there we go. There it is. So here you can see there's a balcony, a middle area, and then close to the stage area. So it's a selfie. I don't know how good you guys can see that, but there he is on the stage. This is the first level. Then there's the second level, and then there's another level up above the levels. So it was over 1,000 people. That's amazing. I mean, that's really amazing. I'll be interested to see what people's reports are on what. Here's another one. That one you can kind of see the crowd a little bit. You can kind of see that third balcony area a little bit better. I'll be interested to see what people's reports are on, like what their shtick was. Like what was their. Do you know how long this was? Was it 2 hours? Is that how long they had?
Well, so they said 2 hours. Mr. JFK was out front. JFK, James Jackson, Kevy Kev were out front doing their own red carpet, because that's just what they did. And they saw Melanie Little come in. They saw the Glazer come in. They saw Jess Machado was there. They saw Mike Bedrow come in, and they were basically doing like crowd stuff. And then everybody went inside and they went off to. I mean, it looked like they were in an alley, but that's like where Tremont Street and everybody was. But like they set up shop and they were talking about Kelsey tonight too, and they were playing music and they were doing their thing. And I believe that they are all going to, I think it's over now. It's supposed to be. They said it was 2 hours, but I mean, I don't know if it was gonna they rented the
8 to 10. Is that what it was? 8 to 10.
Well, I mean, yeah. So it was supposed to be 8 to 10, but I mean, basically, they're going to be there for as long as until they kick them out. I don't know how long they rented the hall for.
They might have had an intermission too, because a lot of theater type performances have intermissions.
Well, I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, but they're going to. Again, I don't think that this is like secret information, but I mean, Turtle announced it. A couple other people announced it too. They're going to the Encore Casino in Everett to do like an after party. Or at least that's what JFK and James and those guys were going to do. They were going to go there and do their little whatever it is. So they're going to be trolloping around. Like I don't know if he's live now. I don't think I think JFK. I don't know if his battery died or something happened, but he signed off.
Thanks for tuning me into that, because I watched a little bit of that before we came on live, and it was kind of cool what he was doing. I thought it was a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I know. He took his opportunity. Team JFK all the way.
Right, to be out front live and actually saying hi to the crowd as they were all lined up. Yep. So he's like calling people over to come talk to him. I mean, it was a pretty brilliant idea, I have to say. And Kev was there, and then they played music and they were dancing a little bit.
James Jackson had all the boomers around him with boomer
he was fangirling when he saw the glare, which was kind of cute. He was in another location, like they had James in another location.
They had him spread out.
He wanted to run up and he wanted to say hi to the glare, and it was like he was totally fangirl. I thought that was really cute, and everybody looked really cool. Everybody had different outfits on. Some people were dressed a little down, some people dressed to the nines. It was probably whatever you felt like wearing. Shauna says, "I love the theater." Yeah, there's something special about the theater, it's a different kind of outing compared to a sporting outfit, sporting event where you go and wear everybody dresses alike and you wear your colors. And then when you go to theater, everybody dresses up and gets really pretty. I haven't gone, it's been a long time. I haven't been to the theater in quite a long time. A friend of mine used to act in local plays. And so a few of us used to go watch him act. And one year he was in a Good Friday production. And so we all got together and we all went out to dinner first. And then we went to he was in the production. We went to it. It was a local community theater and it was so much fun. And it was fun to get dressed up. I don't get dressed up a lot anymore. But it was fun to do that. And it was cool to see all those people there and all there for, a good cause and wanting to support, Aiden and Auntie Deb, who's just hysterical. So I'm a little jealous. I wish that they had recorded it so that we could see the coolness after the fact. It would have been kind of cool because there's nothing like live theater. So even if they would have recorded it and showed it to all of us, it wouldn't have, maybe you could even put it behind a paywall, record it and then put it behind a paywall and say to people, hey, you got to become a member. And then I'm going to show the show. Cause it'd be fun to see what they did, cause not everybody can drive there or get there or, pay the ticket.
I'm sure that it's going to come out. I mean, like what Turtle was saying, he's saying that the documentary people were going to record it and they said like, oh, nobody else. Like they said like, okay, you can have your phone out and take a picture like, oh, isn't so wonderful. And then they said like, okay, we're going to, put your phones away and we're going to have a snitch policy, which is like, nobody do anything. So, but I'm sure stuff's going to come out. Like,
yeah,
I mean, just like the gangster party that happened in November, that wasn't a secret it was like, okay, we're going to have a gangster party. And then like 2 days later you had, Jimmy out in the Bev wig talking about this and video from all the people there. It was like, oh, that was supposed to be secret, but I guess not. But
yeah. Well, it'll be kind of interesting to see what people say about it and I'm sure people will share what some of their comedic shtick was. And if Auntie Deb dressed up in any of her characters or if it was just Jimmy doing, with Aiden, it'll be interesting to see what people report, what they report on their social medias about it. There sure were a lot of people there and it was a really cool concept for everybody that was involved.
But
yeah, everybody was so involved in the trauma of Karen Reed and her 2 trials and how horrible that was for her and her family and for all of the people that believed she was innocent. So this was kind of like a way to unwind and not be so serious. And I think it's cool that they decided to do this. So there's a lot of uncool things coming up. I mean, he still has to beat his charges. She has to deal with the civil case, getting her other property back yet. I mean, it's a lot. There's still a lot of like sad, heavy stuff to come. Yeah. So it's nice that they could go and be at this beautiful, iconic theater. And like I said, I wish I could have flown up there so you and I could have gone, Julie. That would have been so cool. But
I would have been outside with JFK.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see what people post about. So I'm a little concerned. You had sent me a text message earlier today that apparently Jason, who used to be Haley Walbrick, who was undercover as a woman, pretending to be a woman on Twitter to cover the first Karen Reed trial. And then people started wondering who she was because it was a picture of a woman. So everybody loves to try to figure out who the anonymous accounts are. It seems to be a thing. They just have to know who these anonymous accounts are. So they try to figure out. And then eventually they were guessing the wrong person. And somehow Melanie Little was getting threatened. And based on what he was posting as Haley Walbrick, it was just a mess. And this was all that happened during trial 1. And I believe Melanie Little cancels her Twitter account because of this Haley Walbrick account not owning up to who they were, because she was getting accused of being them and she wasn't them. And it was just really a lot of side noise that was unnecessary, in my opinion. So eventually he owned, after somebody figured out that it was him, then he admitted that it was him. And then he changed the account to not Haley Walbrick, but he still has the picture of that AI generated or a free image, wherever he got it, of this blonde woman as his photo. So he's been up to some shenanigans. Whether you like him or love him, he's still been up to some shenanigans the last 2 years. He really likes to get in and find the arguments that people are having amongst each other and then exploit them. That seems to be his role in life, apparently. And now it appears that he posted all of Lindsay's cell phone communications.
He sure did.
Why would he do that?
Good question.
why would you do that? Why would you want to do that? You're taking a really bad situation and making it way worse. This woman, if she did lie
Maybe
about
that's what he wants.
Right, if she was manipulated by the police and she lied about all of this, if allegedly, then she's got some trouble and she needs a social worker. She needs help. So why are we trying to beat someone when they're down, when they're obviously going through something really bad?
Because some people are bad people, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get all of this hate that's on social media amongst the free Karen Read versus anti Karen Read, free Karen Read hating on each other and not liking each other. But here's the thing, guys. You can agree that somebody is guilty or innocent if you're a true crime follower, but you're not necessarily a good person. We don't know that everybody that believes Karen Read is innocent is a good person. We don't know that everybody that believes someone is guilty is a good person. We don't know them. They're just on social media. Most of them don't use their real names. They want to protect their identity. I don't blame them. I understand that. But don't come hating on people with a fake name. If you're going to hate on people, then have the guts to use your own name and your own picture if that's who you're going to be. But to use a fake name and a fake photo and then hate on people and spread hate is just very wrong. It shouldn't really, people that have that don't use their own name and their own picture should be the first ones to get banned from Twitter or kicked off of Twitter before people that are maybe not being so great and behaving so great, but they're doing it with their own face and their own name. I mean, that's just kind of my opinion. Like, I just don't understand all of this. Now, obviously, Jason, we know who he is and we know what a county is. So he is doing it with his own name, but I don't really get this at all. I mean, I don't know Lindsay. She's not my family. I'm not her friend. She's not my friend. I just, I don't like what happened. I don't like that they are trying to convict Aiden of something that he didn't do and try to ruin the First Amendment with this bullshit about witness intimidation when that's really not at all what went on. Whether you agree or disagree with his tactics or what he talks about or how he talks, that's not here nor there. If Tully did something illegal, if the CW did something illegal, if they use this woman in illegal ways, then they all need to be in major trouble. I mean, people need to get fired left and right from the Massachusetts State Police. That's just how I see it with the John O'Keefe death and the Karen Read trials. And now this with Aiden and Lindsay they manipulated a woman who seems to be having a mental health crisis every day of her life. That's just my opinion from what I see. I don't see a healthy functioning person, and you're going to take advantage of her and try to get her to frame someone for something they didn't do because you're evil. You're a dirty cop. I mean, that's just disgusting. It's just the worst kind of disgusting that there is in cop behavior. Obviously not as bad as Stoughton, where we go back to Matthew Farwell, who still hasn't come before a court, who still hasn't had a hearing. They keep getting contingent, moving it. Now it's been pushed again into October. It's just unbelievable that he was arrested in August of last year, and he still has yet to have a hearing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what does that tell you? Tells you maybe something's up because the prosecution hasn't pushed. So,
but even if something's up, why would you put the family through this? Why would you drag this out for this long? Unless they are telling the family something, but the family's not allowed to tell us. And that's understandable because that, obviously the general public doesn't need to know everything, but it's frustrating for the general public. They could at least let out a little bit of a hint so the general public isn't out here losing our minds. We want justice for Sandra Birchmore, and what the hell is taking so long to at least get just a status hearing where he goes before the court? At least they could give us a little bit, like drop us a breadcrumb. I don't know. What do you guys think? I understand they can only do what they can do. A lot of this is confidential and is none of our business per se. But when there's a whole community behind justice for a young woman who lost her life and was groomed and abused for years, couldn't they just drop us a little breadcrumb as to why it's taking so long to bring this man into a court hearing?
Well, the feds are going to do what the feds are going to do. And I mean, whether you like it or not, they're just going to work. And I mean, it does seem like that they kind of looked at the situation and was like, okay, we're going to keep this under wraps because it seems like there are players who can't keep their mouth shut and are doing nefarious things. And we're going to kind of tamp down as much as possible and not let anything loose because it seems like we have some issues. And look what happened with the federal grand juror. That information got leaked. I mean, I'm sure that they don't want that information out. So they're like, you know what? Screw it. We'll lock everything down. this is why we can't have nice things, and we'll just do it this way. So
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things.
I know. And I just still want to believe that people can still get along no matter what your ideas are about anything, religion, politics, the color of the mascot. I mean, the Washington Commanders, the debate about Washington Redskins, Washington Commanders, there's so many things we could debate on, and we're all going to have different views and opinions and want to stick up for different people. But at the end of the day, we can still be respectful and care about our fellow man. That's really all that it's about. I can get pissed off and mad about things because I care about people, and I'm heartsick for the Epstein victims. It's touched my heart for 20 years, and I get up in my feelings about it. So I apologize, if I should have been more careful with my Twitter feed. Most definitely. But it's just utterly sickening and maddening to me that people get away with crime like the way they do. All of the victims that we're advocating for who have no justice yet, Sandra Birchmore, Suzanne Morphew, Ellen Greenberg, hopefully Charlie and his family will get justice. And it's scary because it's scary to me because I am not I do not advocate for the death penalty. That's my opinion. That's just an opinion. So that freaks me out a little bit. I wish we would do away with that. And that's just my opinion. Of course, everybody has a different opinion on that. So that I don't, it freaks me out that that's involved. But I'm just so tired of all this violence and sadness and people arguing and being mean to each other. And it's just horrible. I truly just want people to get along, even if they have differences, to be kind to each other and not be nasty and mean and call each other names. And it's just, why is our society like this? Why do we do this, Julie? It makes me so upset and sad.
Can you share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Absolutely can. I thought for sure we were going to have to call it at 2.5 hours tonight. I felt so horrible this week and sad and panic attacked. Thought I was going to get a panic attack tonight while we were on the air, but I'm doing good. I ate my salad when I blocked the camera. No pizza tonight, no Diet Coke tonight. My stomach can't handle it, but I did have a nice salad and I have my little iced tea here. And it matches our background. These are daisies though. I love this daisy cup. This daisy cup makes me not feel stressed. My puppy makes me not feel stressed. The Doberman makes me not feel stressed. I'm just so sad from the last month of everything that's gone down. Share the screen. There it is.
Thank you. All right. This will make you feel better.
All
This is nice and uplifting. This happened today.
Walking the walk. She's talking the talk when it comes to youth mental health support. You know her from Carson and Kennedy on Mix 104 when you listen, I'm sure, every day. But today, Kennedy Elsie is stepping out of the studio, taking on a wicked long walk.
Yeah, and we get to talk to her every day on the radio. We know what a special person Kennedy is and what kind of cause we're dealing with here. But it really is a great cause here. It's a 13-mile walk, to be exact, to help raise support and awareness for youth suicide prevention. Now, Kennedy is a passionate advocate for Samaritans.
She serves on the board. She's so open with her own struggles and how she is turning darkness to light. She's joining us right now on that walk, moving and grooving. Kennedy, how's it going out there?
It's a little bonkers this morning between doing the radio hits, doing hits with you guys. I'm like 20 in microphones, but I'm so excited that you're a part of this walk with me this morning. And to everybody watching, hi, thank you so much for being a part with me. Yeah, we're in the heart of Wellesley right now, just past the library. So that's where we are, heading down Washington Street towards the health center in Braintree.
Well, Kennedy,
in Brookline.
That's right. That's right. Can you tell us what inspired you to start this wicked long walk? Because this is an important cause.
Wicked long walk.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about mental health, whomever and for whomever is so important, but for our young people, more important than anything else. Being a young person these days, between the pressures of school and parents and peers and social media, is something I never experienced in my life. And it sounds like a lot. And so Hey Sam gives kids a place to talk to their peers, people who speak their language, people who understand what they're going through. And it could be anything from, I need help talking to my parents. I just had a bad breakup. Things in school are hard, or just, I need someone to talk to. That's it. It's that simple.
So how can we help? You're out there walking. Last year, you raised $50,000. You want to raise more. We want you to raise more. People watching right now, how can we help out?
Well, I mean, donating is the best thing that you can do. So I think you guys have a QR code. You can go to mix1041.com and donate there. We would love it. I would really like to pass that goal from last year. So whatever you can do, every single penny helps. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the QR code right there. If you would like to donate and learn more about Kennedy's Wicked Long Walk, just scan that QR code on your screen. Kennedy, you look amazing out there. Good luck. We're going to root for you the rest of the way.
Thank you, friends.
All right, well, keep donating, and thank you. And if you see her walking by, give her a honk.
That's
as
so
she
cool.
and her friend are out there raising money for a great cause. Thanks, Kennedy.
This is my favorite classy gift to give.
Which I didn't know. She was on the air while she did that.
That was so cool, Julie. Okay, I got something for you guys. Hang on a second. I'm pulling something up for you guys. I just got to remove one. I got to find it. Okay, this is Puppy Yoba. Let me start it at the beginning. Can you guys hear it? Oh my gosh. Did you see the one running off with the Did you see the one running off with the sunglasses? He stole someone's sunglasses. I saw that today and I cried from laughter. That is like there's the best of social media.
The
and
little
there's
hot dog.
the best of the news that you showed, with this run with the radio station. So there is still good out there. There's good media. There's good social media. We have to try to find it and focus on it the best we can. That's really all we can do, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of bad, horrible shit in the world, but there's also a lot of good. And I mean, if we block off everything and turn around and be like, no, I don't like that one thing about you, therefore done, you're dead to me. I don't like that thing about you, boom, you're dead to me. No, we need to commingle and take opportunities. Like again, like when Sean went through all that bullshit last year, he was like, hey, I talked to this one, trying to get more information. And turns out we have a lot more in common than we don't have in common. Like there are people that are going to do their bullshit and churn up whatever waters. And there are people that are like, hey, why don't we talk to people? Like on Monday, Sean's going to talk to Elise, who for God knows whatever reason has been a hot button topic lately online where people are going at her and back and forth. But they're going to talk about the time that he was in the jungle with the DEA, and they're going to talk about, they're going to talk about like old war stories to go down memory lane and basically say like, hey, and like she said today on before she said, she's like, okay, he's going to be on Monday, but just to let everybody know, he's going to be here. He's my friend. We talk offline, and I want everybody to be polite in the chat. Because like he went up with Grant and the same thing happened. It was, why do you talk to him? He's an old babbling, whatever. He's free Karen Reed. He's blah, 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 blah. But turns out they had a hell of a conversation. I'm sure the same thing's going to happen there when he talked to all these other people, like they had a hell of a conversation. Like we're just talking about Jess Machado and Kate Peter had a hell of a conversation. I just gave them an idea for a whole entire series. So called Cease and Desist.
Well,
so
she has every right to. She has every right to. It's her live stream. She decided to start live streaming, and she's still doing the journalist stuff, I believe. Also, the live streaming she's doing just once a week, but she can have anybody she wants on her show as a guest. If you don't particularly care for that person, then don't watch the show. You don't have to tune in. But I find it to be crazy when people go in people's chats and scold them on who they have on as a guest. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't get it.
Just don't watch that episode. Just like there's times. So I used to watch Grey's Anatomy and I used to watch ER, but there were some nights when I had a really bad day at work and a bad call and I couldn't watch those shows because they would make me shake. They would literally physically make me shake. I would have anxiety attacks watching ER and Grey's Anatomy because I saw too much that day on the job. So I'd have to skip a week or two. I mean, we have the choice to go click. We don't have to watch a certain guest or a certain person if you don't like it. I think she can have anybody she wants on her program, and I think again the dialogue. But the Kate Peters thing, and I've never lied about that on this show. That again that fascinates me a little bit. How these women got so involved in this it was in such a bizarre fashion in a lot of ways, and the negativity in the tweeting that goes on from Kate Peters towards the Free Karen Read movement is quite intense. So, I give Jess I don't personally, she wouldn't come on this channel because we don't have enough subscribers for a lot of these people. They want to only go on the big subscriber shows, but I don't know that I would want to interview to be totally honest, because I don't really love all the things that she's put out on Twitter and pushing the hate towards people that believe that Karen Read was innocent and that she did not hit John O'Keefe with her car, and going against all the science. And I don't know. I don't know what I would have to say to her, and she wouldn't agree with anything that I had to say. And I probably wouldn't agree with anything she had to say. So sometimes you have to wonder, why does somebody bring someone on as a guest? Is it just to stir controversy? Is it to get clicks?
Could talk to them. You have a conversation. You could turn around and say, "Oh, I wonder why she does that." Well, you could ask her.
Yeah, you can. But again, if you've been following, if you are on Twitter and you've been following along for the last 2 years, the amount of tweets, the amount of hate that has been spewed by her on Twitter towards anybody that thinks that Karen Read is innocent is insane. So again, I have to, you have to be careful who you bring on as a guest and who you want to, subject your viewers to. If there's that much, there's no middle ground with this Karen Read situation. It's either she did it, she didn't do it. There's nothing in the middle anymore. There used to be people in the middle because they didn't really know until they watched the first trial. They didn't have a feel for which way they were going. So they were like Emily D. Baker, who we like to show on this channel. And she was totally watching it like a juror. And that's her whole premise for her live streaming as a law tuber, is to watch the trials like a juror. Now, you couldn't really do that with trial 2 if you watched trial 1. The only people that were able to do that on her channel and her chat box were people that didn't watch trial 1 and just came in and watched trial 2. But I kind of like that premise that you go in and watch it like from a jury perspective. The whole Adelson trial that we've talked about here several Friday nights in a row, it was just crazy how that whole federal investigation went down, and the wiretap. That you cannot make the stuff up that went on with the investigation of Dan Markel's death. You just can't make it up. It's like stuff that crime novels are made of. Like I said to my mom the other night, I have to go back to reading some of my fiction novels now, because at least when I'm reading my fiction novel, I can convince myself this is fiction and I don't get all weirded out. But when you watch the news now and there's so much trauma and violence going on, that's really happening to people. This is really happening. These people are really losing their lives and their family is devastated. But when you read a fiction book, you can kind of say, okay, this is fiction. It's not going to upset me as much to read this as it is the real world. It's just really, really something. We all have to be very careful with our own mental health, take care of our own mental health. And like you said, Julie, we still have to, go outside, do something that isn't related to true crime, even though most of us that follow all these YouTube channels, everybody's, following true crime because we have an interest in it, and we have an interest in justice and advocating for justice and making sure the right person goes to jail, not the wrong person. But it can get overwhelming, and it can cause you depression and anxiety, and you have to step away from it. When it's your own family, they really can't, because they're living in this hell every day that their person doesn't have justice. So they have to be careful of their own health and mental health as well. But they're in it, they're in it till the justice happens.
Yeah. Very quickly before I forget, number one, the Lindsay stuff, that's under a protective order with the court. Judge, I don't know if it was Judge Krupp and then Judge Doolin reaffirmed it. So all the stuff that's out there, if it's retweeted or you see it, leave it alone. Just don't touch it, because that's under an order. And in my opinion, whoever released that, I'm almost again, it's under the whatever the not Haley account. I think that person's in deep shit. I don't know why the hell they did it, but just stay away from it. But number 2, I forgot about this. So, okay, so the Adelson stuff was very sad. What happened to Dan Markel was very sad. However, I forget who was it. Was it Opie? I forget who it was, but they said, well, now that Donna had to go to protective custody, but now that she's in prison, there's only so many places that she can go because of the crime and whatever it is.
Right.
And I said, oh, if there's a God in heaven, please put her in the same prison as Sarah Boone Oh, that's what it was. It was Kathy from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. She did the rundown of like, oh, this is where Donna's going, and guess who's there? So she basically did like the rundown. So that case is set. Horrible. LaDonna Donna is where she needs to be. Like screw them all. They messed with the family. However, she is now going to be in a prison with. It's going to be LaDonna Donna Edelson, Sarah Boone, who for whatever reason people seem to sleep on. But I mean, when she was like, I'm going to get rid of 9 lawyers and I'm going to go pro se. I'm like, yes, please. I want to see that. I want to see that. I want to see the meltdown shit show that is. But she's in there with other people too. Now, I don't know who they are, but Kathy from Gossip Room and Innuendo went over and was like, she's going to have, there's the Katie McBanna was there and somebody else is there. And I'm like, oh, like she was explaining, she's like, this person did this, and this. And oh my God, this is what's going to happen. I'm like, too bad that there isn't justice where like you can see like, oh, look at all the bad people. Let's put the cameras on them and let's show like how they interact with people. But Kathy said this, and this is a good point. Phone calls from prison, who does all like the phone calls where they go and they like listen, like they say all the crazy shit, and you know, then Jumpsuit Pablo, who's another YouTuber, you know, makes fun of them and does stuff. So we can't see what goes on in the prison, but we'll be able to get the phone call. So once LaDonna Donna is in prison and in population and doing her little thing, we're going to see all the clicks start to, and all the manipulation, because it seems like all these people are, in my opinion, are very manipulative. And then we're going to get the phone calls to all of their loved ones on the outside talking shit about all the other people in there. And I am here for that. It's a sad situation, but if you get any comeuppance, it's going to be to shame people from their phone calls from prison.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Oh,
so
yeah.
If
That'll
I'm
be
a bad person, then I'm a bad person because I want to see that.
You're not a bad person.
And people keep sleeping on Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone is a monster, in my opinion. And she thinks so highly of herself. And Sarah Boone and LaDonna Donna were both on game shows. So neither one of them is going to be the game show prisoner.
There's psychosis.
Drama. I can't wait.
There's severe psychosis going on there, you know, for sure. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens now in the next like month or two if they arrest Wendy. If they feel, you know, they really dropped a lot of hints the way they were questioning people and the way
I want to see Orange is the New Black Florida edition.
Oh boy.
Give me that, please.
Oh boy. They had that clip of Charlie with his Wendy's bag in the back of the van eating with his, you know, his handcuffs on, and the guy gave him a Wendy's
animal.
Yeah, the guy. I wonder if the dude got in trouble for that.
Did he?
I don't know. I'm wondering. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I was kind of trying to look online the other day to see if he got in trouble for getting him Wendy's, but I mean, I don't really care one way or the other if he got it or he didn't get it, but it was just sort of bizarre. You know, that whole situation is so sad and tragic, but also from a true crime element, just completely bizarre. There was one other thing I was going to tell you now too. So we have to follow up on Walsh next week and see what his injuries were and if they figured out who hurt him.
So I don't think they're that bad because he was like in and out. Well, not so much like in and out, but he was in and out. Like he's already back. But on Monday, there's going to be the Bradle stuff, and then there's going to be Roe & Co. also have a motion for all the stuff. Now, again, a lot of stuff came out with Brian Walsh, but he's also getting ready to go to trial. His trial starts in a month, so they gave him a whole bunch of shit, and he's doing like one-party appeal. He's doing an appeal on the motion to not the motion to suppress. Yeah, it's either the motion to dismiss or the motion to suppress. It's one of those. He's doing an appeal on those where he's appealing to the Supreme Court by saying, no, I don't want the en banc, the whole thing. I don't want the 3. I just want one person to say yay or nay on this. So
right,
like they're on schedule, but they got a whole bunch of shit, and there are a lot of the same. Like Melanie Little went over all the people. There are a lot of the same people in the Karen Reed place because again, it happened in the same. In the same county, so you have a lot of the same people. And again, they said that Proctor isn't going to testify. Okay, fine, but Yuri's going to testify. Fanning's going to testify. The other one's going to testify. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. But one thing that that got brought up, and I talked to you guys about this, is that with Brian Walsh, something that didn't connect with me is they were talking about the GPS and saying that he used his cell phone GPS to get to his mother's house,
right
on the North Shore, and I said, wait a minute. it was to get to his mother's house and then to get to the two locations, the CVS and the Whole Foods. And I said, wait a minute. I thought, because for like the longest time, I thought it was on the other side of the town of Swampscott, and it's not. And I saw it and said, wait a minute. If he was using that if that's what he said, if you were to actually drive that, like if you came out of the tunnel, like if you went from, again, they were in Cohasset. So that's hop on 93, then you go through the tunnel to go by the airport, and then you basically go straight and follow every single sign that says Lynn Swampscott, and you basically just drive that until you get to Swampscott. You take a left, and then you take a right, or you veer right, and then you take a left, and you're basically there. What do you need a GPS for? And then I thought of it. I said, oh, he wouldn't know where the dump is. And didn't he dump something there? And then it got picked up and brought to the transfer station in Peabody. And I said, oh my God, I wonder if people have actually like thought of this. And I said, you know what? Maybe I'll drive this. And then it was just an exhausting week. So
yeah,
I'm gonna do that at some point because again, it's we still have like a month until until trial. And who knows if
that would be very interesting, Julie, if you did that.
I mean, just to say, like, hey, what the hell did he need this for? Like, was he checking traffic? No, because there's hardly any, like to go from the tunnel all the way up to the North Shore and Swampscott. I mean, if he was there, I mean, this was what, January 1st? No traffic. You don't need to know, like, okay, what's the traffic? And like Melanie Little said, why did he put it on his phone when he has a very fancy Volvo that has a GPS? He could have just punched in that way. What was he looking for? I surmise he was looking for the dump, which coincidentally he would have passed. Now I checked to see if there are dump hours or anything else, but as far as I can tell, I mean, I have been that way, and he would have passed it. So he might not have known. Like he seems like so self-absorbed. Like I'm so awesome. I'm so great. And he would have just dipped by it and then went like, oh shit, where's the dump? Oh, it's right there.
Oh yeah, he's definitely way self-absorbed.
But yeah, like it's just very like to say like, why would you need GPS for this? It's like, unless you don't know, or you're not looking at a map, or you're not looking at like it's literally like you get out of the tunnel and you drive straight. Like you veer right one way, and then you veer left, and then you take a right. But even if you go straight, you'll still end up there.
Wow.
What's he looking for?
I don't know. Well, it's going to be
questions. Now I sound like BLT.
Yes, I have questions. Well, that trial is going to be very intriguing and interesting to watch. There's no doubt about it. And what goes forward with Kelsey will obviously keep an eye on that as well.
That's a girl.
I feel terrible for, but thank you for enlightening me on that case and for telling me about it in the first place. And I'm glad we're able to talk about it. And I guess we covered way more than I thought we were going to cover tonight. I didn't think we were going to last this long, but we did.
There's a lot of shit going on. I mean, I'm telling you, like you keep saying like, oh, if anybody wants to send more information about like other stuff you want us to cover, like, no, there's a lot of shit going on here. Just give it some time.
We have lots
it's going to simmer.
We have lots of stuff to catch up on every Friday Night Lives, that's for sure. And thank you to everybody that was live with us. Thanks for everybody for being so honest in our friend zone. I appreciate all of you. Even if we don't always agree on everything, it's okay. We can still be friends. We can still agree to disagree. And thanks to everybody who watches us on the replay. If you ever have any questions, please send an email. My email is listed on our channel. If you just go into the description of the channel on YouTube, you'll find my email on there. And we'll be back next week with more updates about what's going on in Massachusetts and in other states involving the victims that we are advocating for who lost their lives by the hands of someone else. So thank you, everyone, for caring about others. Please continue to be kind to each other. It's okay to get upset about things that really matter to you. Just ground yourself afterwards. I have to do that too. We all have to do that. We all have our moments where we get really worked up about something that means something to us, that matters to us. And we can always dial it back when we have to and always agree to disagree at the end of the day. So thank you, everyone. I hope you have a really good weekend. If you're a sports fan, like most of us are in here, I hope your teams win unless you're playing me. So Alabama fans, I hope you don't win tomorrow, but it's going to be a tough chore for the Badgers. Alabama is very good this year. They're ranked. We're still rebuilding. So I'm nervous I just want to see us play decently. But to all of you that have teams in the live feed, I hope your teams do win that are not playing the Badgers. And the Packers already took care of business last night. They played my friend Levita's team, the Washington Redskins / Commanders. And so they're a good team too, but the Packers are looking really good. But unfortunately, we lost someone. We lost one of our wide receivers, Reed. He's out for probably 8 weeks. He broke his collarbone or his shoulder. He separated his shoulder, I think. And then Washington lost their running back, who's actually my fantasy football second tier running back. So I lost him. So I had to scramble today trying to look for a running back that's available in our little wire system of fantasy football. So it'll be a good weekend of sports to try to take your mind off of all the trauma the best that you can. So any parting words for tonight, Julie?
I mean, for those of us in America, I mean, I've said this a bunch of times, but I mean, we're Americans. No matter where you fall, we all, well, we got the red, white, and blue. I have my flag out front and whatnot, but for those of us who are Americans, we're Americans.
Yes. Yes.
No matter what. I mean, good, bad, or indifferent. Like, are we perfect? No. Are we pretty damn good? We absolutely are. And I mean, there's a reason why we, fight and go defend our rights and our Constitution and will help other people and who are like-minded and whatnot. And exactly. I mean, what happened this week and what's happened, I mean, that's not who we are. That's not what we strive to be. We strive to be better. So we need to all just do better. And just for the love of God, count to 10. Like, just deep cleansing breaths, count to 10. Yeah. It'll be okay. And again, we don't have to agree on everything, but we can always find something in common because we're all human. Some of us, we might not agree on this, but we might all like coffee, or we might all like energy drinks, or we all might like dogs, or whatever the case may be. Like, we can find common ground. It's a lot easier than not.
My dog.
Yes. That's my closing words. I am a real American, just like Hulk Hogan. Exactly. I am a real American. Yep.
Yes. Yes. I still love what John posted today. My friend John, who was on with us last night, that the flag sold out after the day after 9/11. Everybody wanted a flag. Everybody's an American, regardless of who you vote for. We all love our country. We're all lucky to be born and raised here and live in a free society with amendments and with congressmen and senators and people looking out for us and trying to pass policy on our behalf. And we're lucky. We're lucky to be an American. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate your support. Thank you for joining us here at Social Change Warriors. And we'll see you next week. Have a really great, safe weekend.
Night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. My life mattered. It's just us. Thank you so much.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badger name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life matter is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth will